Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Okay. Meowth, can they hear you? Meowth, say something. My God, we've lost Meowth.
Do you hear me?
There you are. Okay. Welcome, everybody. That's right, we haven't had any technical difficulties yet. No, I was like, wait a minute. What's wrong? What's going to go wrong? No technical hiccup. No, it took us, how many streams is this? Like 20 streams, but we finally got it.
20? No.
Well, I mean, including 1, 2, and 3.
Maybe then. Okay.
Hey, Zombies and Netta. Hey, everybody in chat. So, you might recall last time we went through the game, we went through the dead dunes and the ruins under the dead dunes where Lightning encountered the skeletons, and they killed her sister, and now she's out for revenge. So the goal today is to kill the skeletons until the Skeleton King appears. The Skeleton King is actually inside Lightning. It's her skeleton. So we need to kill the skeletons until it gets so mad that it leaps out the mouth and escapes her body, where she can kill it. So that's where we're at. No, last time we went to the Dead Dunes and it was awesome. We went back to the Ark and Hope was like, "Don't say anything because God can hear you. I know what you mean. Shut the fuck up." So yeah, Solana, exactly how I remember it. Yeah. Hope is like definitely in control. He's got something up his sleeve. He's trying to do something, and he's trying to keep Lightning safe. He knows she thinks he's sus as fuck, but he's pretty much like, stop. I know where you're going with this, and you're not wrong, but I got this. So just trust me. So that's kind of where I'm at. Hope is crying from that skeleton description.
I don't know. Maybe he's the ultimate skeleton.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's in Lightning. Well, the truth is, we don't know who the Skeleton King is in. I think it's in Lightning because she's the most powerful. But it could be in Vanille, and the game could give me this gift. It's just like, go kill Vanille.
That's why it's pink.
Oh my God. Well, it might be purple. It might be purple. I don't know. Okay, let's see. I need to crank up the volume because I cannot hear the game. Okay. There we go. We're good. Okay. So, we ended the stream last time on Amazon Warrior, I believe. And we have 2 days left. 3 days. We have to wait for the flower to die. So, that's all. That's all we get. And then, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I guess I already talked to Hope. Let me see if he's got any items.
Understand your role now? The more souls you save,
true.
the more...
Because this last quest that you have to... There's one last quest in the Wildlands that is quite difficult, and you will likely need Hope's stash of paid healing.
Oh my God. So, what I wanted... So, I know that we have the Aradia that, gave the extra days to the world. What does Hope do with his?
Good. Well, part of it is the result in garbs and spells that you see every morning.
So Lightning's clothes are made out of Aradia.
Huh?
Lightning's clothes are made out of Aradia.
Yes. Yes, I mean...
She's wearing people's souls.
I mean, in this case,
what if she's wearing her sister? I'm sorry. She was there the whole time.
Okay, now, in seriousness, how can I just... Anyways, so what Lightning does is collect, or kind of catalyze other people's erradia and give it to the tree, right?
Right.
But she has but she has her own erradia as well, which is kind of her own life force turned into this sort of divine thing. Hope is not down there saving anyone, so to speak, but he uses his own for other purposes.
Okay. We steer
And
clear of
of
that
course-
part.
and
There
of
is
course-
that part of the fandom. I need
what?
to know exactly where that
Oh.
is, so I know where not to go. I'm sorry.
So we mentioned shipping at some point, right?
Mhm.
The part where you shouldn't go ever is the part of the fandom that ships Lightning and Sarah together.
Yeah, where do they hang out? So not to ever go there.
I don't know. I only do hope that they don't exist anymore. It's like
No, it's no, not my thing.
no. I mean, it's like
I'm just giving you a hard time.
for all my complaints about Game of Thrones and in some things, like hell's even Jaime and Cersei are
Oh.
supposed to be round.
See, now, Zental explained it all. Those people don't actually exist. It's a glitched algorithm. It's not actually a glitched algorithm. They're Russian bots. They're all Russian bots. So no one actually wants this. It's just this fake movement full of bots and people who have infiltrated the movement. So it's all made up of like people who aren't actually into it, and it just keeps going. Got it. Okay.
Makes sense. That's why they're all brain dead.
Yeah, because there's no brains there. It's fine.
Okay. Okay. Anyways. Maybe you use like all of your erradia because
Yeah.
Hope just won't let you heal you in peace. So if you want to start today by slaying skeletons instead of going to the wildlands, then you can do that.
Yes, we have to kill the Skeleton King.
And well, in the meantime, we can also unlock the roads that connect Nova Chrysalia.
We can.
And you can do a run entirely on foot.
Yeah. Today is still going to be a shorter stream, so yes.
Yep.
Yep. Ship and let ship. Just ship all the way over there, across the ocean, over to Meowth in
Shoot.
Spain.
Shoot.
Because,
No.
because otherwise
No.
they're coming here. Okay, I'm gonna go to Ruffia.
I was going to say send them to Australia, but at least they got Fang and Neil. So.
Alright, back down to the world we go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now the yard people come through. You might hear the truck. Well, this is sure taking its sweet time to load. Unless it's loading something big. Oh, God. Lumina's gonna pop up. Oh, thank God. Okay. Well, now I have to go kill something immediately.
And it's
I should-
daytime, so the dunes are teeming with monsters at daytime. So there's that.
Fantastic. The algorithm has found you. It's like the
No.
Matrix, it has you. We are on God, I don't know,
Day 10, I think.
yeah.
So basically, Cobb, for these days, you can obviously understand that we're trying to burn time, so
Yep.
no chronostasis.
That's why I wanted to kill these guys.
Right, if this is what you want.
See, I really want to make this a Hagen go extinct. Because they're annoying as shit.
They're easier to deal with at night when they're not just swimming through the dunes.
Oh, yeah, obviously. Instead of Mr. Anderson, you get a high-pitched voice going, "What up, Normie?"
And also, it's bullshit that they can swim on stone. I mean...
It is bullshit, because I've seen Tremors. They can't do that shit.
I mean, same Repsol.
Alright, time for this.
Oh my god.
And Frank's not here to help, so yeah.
Really metaphor sorted. Which one? One from Persona or the Facebook one? I don't even know anymore.
Here, last night, I think it was last night, as I was playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, I had in near reincarnation, I had the event playing automatically, and I played the Persona crossover event, and I was like, I have no idea of what Persona is about, but from the story it sounded cool, so...
Oh, Persona's fantastic. I've only played 5, but I really enjoyed it.
I mean, I've had a Yumi fanboying a number of times about Persona 5, and I was like, I have no idea why so hype a Yumi because I haven't played it, but great. I mean, I like seeing people enjoying what they like,
Yeah.
so that's fine. It's fine by me. So.
Tremors in 13
maybe...
is the crossover I didn't know I needed, by the way. Final Fantasy 13, except Snow is played by Kevin Bacon.
Oh god, I don't even know who that is, but just
everybody
thinking...
is related to him. That's all you gotta know.
So like Genghis Khan?
Kind of, except movie-wise.
Oh.
So like, if you watch a movie and you name an actor, within 7 people that actor is related to, Kevin Bacon will be there. And it's called 7 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. It's actually a game.
I think you might like this.
Persona in one of my lists for to play stuff. But next month is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, so not happening.
Kevin Bacon is also in all the adverts for EE in the UK. What? What is EE?
Likely
For
some
European Union? Or, I don't know, that's not European
No,
Union.
that's
EU.
EU. Or EU.
The E! So we'll just go with that.
It's in the adverts for Encyclopedia Eorzea in the UK.
There you go. Kevin Bacon advertised Final Fantasy 14.
So one of my suggestions was going through the desert ruins because this place I've been working a number of times.
There's a lot here, and like I feel like I didn't scratch the surface last time.
It's mostly because if you check the map, that you'll see that the names of the places are enough to make Meowth's brain go massive.
Chamber of Floods. That one's self-explanatory. Chamber of Plenilune. What is that? I don't know that word.
Full Moon.
Ah. Golden Chamber, Sacred Grove, Twilight Gallery, Clouds Chamber, Gallery of Forgetfulness. Interesting names.
This will be your last battle.
Lower level still, but yeah. And my guessings, most of them have been on the neural chambers because they are, of course, they're neurals. They're kind of self-explanatory in some degree, right? And as of what they mean, but it's mostly the ways and the other chambers and stuff. And the fact that the chamber that has the sacred gate is the chamber of floods, which is like, it's like, yeah.
Hey, how are these guys kicking my ass? What am I doing wrong?
You're not doing anything wrong per se. You don't have Fang, point one. Number two, you're on day 10.
Oh, that's what it is. They're kicking my ass because... Okay. And I did. Fine.
Twice from your point.
You want to be saved.
I remade my temporal recruit in STO because I didn't like the first science one. I have a problem on it. Yes, you do, because science is an amazing build.
Everything's fine. Nothing to report.
Why are they reporting to me? Can't go that way.
Thing between themselves, but nah.
No, it's I can't say. That's true, but oh my god, you can do so much shit. My god, the skeletons, they're here.
You disgust me.
By the way, you can attack the like Hope told you can attack the statues, and either you find treasure or you find yourself mutant skeletons. So there's that.
Oh my god. They stagger after one stagger now. They're stronger, but they're weaker. Yes, Rhapsodic. The Skeleton King is Light Skeleton. You could say lightning has a bone to pick with these skeletons. Yes, that is absolutely true. This didn't even have anything. Ooh, skeleton hallway. Oh, back in academia.
In the path to academia, are you sure there is not going to be a skeleton Omega hopes a skeleton?
I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out. The best last name I've ever seen is Skeleton Man Rage. So, we'll go with Skeleton Woman Rage. Lightning Skeleton.
We don't know yet exactly what skeleton powers mean.
Skeleton powers are, it's a support class. So it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's very tanky. It can take a lot of damage in beating, and it tends to hold the party up. Are there any skeletons in here? Nope.
It's the Clavis chamber.
It's the necromancer job.
She looks so
I mean, yeah, Zen Tactical is broken. It can kill everything, but science is just so much fun to fuck with people.
Are you lost?
If you go down the Chamber of Flame south, there should be one of the galleries where I farm skeletons myself.
Ah,
It's the Sacred Grove area.
my god, there's one now! And there it goes. They're scared.
Come and get it.
Usually happens. That's the how it's called that one. You need something to happen, but for damn sure that when you need something to happen, it won't happen.
Yeah, this is the bravest skeleton. And now the bravest skeleton is dead.
Super dead. It's like super dead.
Yeah, how come when you don't want skeletons, every single one attacks? You get like 3 at a time. But when you do want skeletons, all they do is disappear and they're all treasure.
I was saying.
See? Look at that.
Right on time.
He appeared, hit that poor guy, and vanished.
I'd like to throw her a prayer.
Wow.
The other way is to the left.
That guy. I'd like to throw her a prayer. Oh my god.
And it's like skeletons. So there's usually I mean, doesn't mean that it's going to be like 100% rule, but if you see in a row with skeletons one turning the wrong way, that usually is not a statue, that one that will attack you.
Okay.
But it's not a 100% rule. Some of them can just also treat you like the fucker they are.
Those bitches.
You shall return to nothingness. Fate is what it is.
The final stretch, like the final days, if you don't think well, so to speak, can get a bit lonely and silent because you won't hear Hope as often as during the other days.
Well, that sucks.
I mean, it's like there's not much to comment, you know?
I mean, it sounds kind of hopeless.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even if it's no pun intended, it's still like, yeah, kind of. I mean, it's the end of the world.
Don't tell me what to do.
Uh,
You're not my dad.
And of course he had to. Of course he had to chime in to disprove me.
He's like, you're
Damn
wrong,
it.
Meowth. You don't know me.
This doesn't look good.
I would like to kill the skeleton, but I would also like to heal.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be fine.
The life shall become. You want to be saved. I shall take your light.
It's not a phase, Meowth.
It couldn't end any other way.
Hope's talking phase.
Hope fucking faces at the age he is. That's kind of yeah, no.
I mean, he went through his old man phase already.
Yes.
It's like, I'm 250 years old. I'm ready for something new.
That would be. I was going to say 1,040 14 years old.
I mean, I would say I would argue that he is actually only about 500 something, just because of the way he time travels. No, you'd be right, because he went into cryosleep. You're good.
I mean, in life experience, he kind of skipped a number of centuries, but still.
Yeah, but he was there for the centuries, though. So his physical body, is 1,000 something.
Yeah, because you know the only one, the only one time gate ban. So yeah.
But who will save Hope and Lightning Souls? There is no room for them in the New World. They are monsters.
So you're saying now, first Hope was time travel banned, and now there's just travel ban.
Yeah. There we go. He existed for 1,014 years. He only lived for 514, which is pretty good considering you sleep for a third of your life. He only slept for half, so pretty good.
So, but it's still a difference because the rest of the crew, they're time travel. So they're like those who stay in Nova Crystallia, of course. They live the 500 years that follow the Great Infusion, or the Fall of Darkness, if you want to call it like that. But Hope is the only one who has been physically there for the entirety of that span.
Yep.
Right, if this is what you want.
That's the source of many debates, Roxolic. Because I mean, at least for me, he's in 10AF. He's 24, and at some points of 13.2, he's 27. But
Time for this.
there's difficult calculations, and there's the whole thing about the complete deletion of the Protophalcy Project's concept itself, because Alyssa is ceasing to exist, or well, ceasing to be alive in the timeline anyway. So it's not like she's dead. So there's that.
Yeah, she was never alive, so there you go.
She was alive until the purge,
Yep.
and the paradox was her being the one who survived.
Oh no. I hate these new niblets. They're terrible.
So the difference, there's the thing, the real. How should I put it? The real complication is exactly in the correct timeline. How long it took Hope to devise the time capsule. That's the only real problem in terms of calculating in academia 500 AF his physical age. Chronologically, considering language terms, doesn't really matter, and there's not so much of difference. When I was younger, I thought that there was a bigger difference between 24 and 27, and now I'm about to be 28 myself. And it's like, yeah, no. It barely matters. But
Even Dodge is older than Hope. It's weird that they run at me, but they don't see me.
I mean, complicated thing, and to be fair, there's no official answer to that one. because Selenity has the Ultimania for line returns, and I don't know if she has also that the one for 13 too. I don't know, but anyways, official statements pretty much just stop saying that Hope is in his 20s, and it's like, that's not an answer, you fucker. And then there's the city Opera Omnia, in which after a certain course of events, Hope regains his memories of 13-2, and there's a chat about, because in the city Opera Omnia he's in his 13 OG 13 body, but he regains memories from Line Returns and, well, of course, 13-2.
Time fuckery.
No, it's just in Opera Omnia's case, it's more like memory school, kind of. So, and there's this thing when they're discussing Hopes after that's Act 2, Chapter 1. How the fuck I remember the chapters? But that's Act 2, Chapter 1, in which they discuss, a part of the group discuss Hope's real age. Well, at the time, what he believes it's his real age, and not even Hope is actually sure of his real age. In the group, he says, well, in the conversation in that cutscene, he says, maybe around Edgar's. Edgar, you know, Edgar from 6. Maybe around Edgar's, and I think Edgar is around 26, 27.
Yeah, he's about that.
But at the same time, it's not either a really reliable reference, because the rest of the team in that cutscene are Cian, Vincent, Vivi, and Tidus. So it's like yeah. I mean,
You shall return to nothingness.
to be fair, I mean, they weren't wrong, because Vincent is like I don't know, Vincent, how old is Vincent? I don't know. My 7 knowledge is kind of
my knowledge of 7 is terrible.
I think Vincent maybe 50 or something. I don't know.
My wife is going to ask about 7 stuff. Hey, he's pretty cool.
Okay. Okay, 57. Okay, but yeah, I mean, but Hope is much older than Vincent, and in the larger scope, it's just that, well.
No, Ketchy! Why?
The end is close.
Yeah. I knew, but I was unsure about how many years Vincent spent, like, there in the coffin. So
Being sad about the crush. Hey, there is something back here. Right here.
Good. A challenge.
yeah, you can just kill the lizard and be done with it.
That's the brooding life.
I mean, ironically, the only Final Fantasy VII game I watched aside the remake, that was The Urge of Servers. Just because one night I didn't have literally anything else to do, and decided to melt my brain and
play Vincent May Cry.
and
or watch it.
and I was like, yeah, might as well. And I think that game liquefied my brain. But I learned things about Vincent, that I didn't really need, and I just don't need for anything. But I did.
I don't need this, but I'm gonna keep it anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my only that and the remake, and it's a remake, so
It couldn't end any other way.
it's not exactly the original game. Are my only real experiences with Final Fantasy VII. Well, aside Opera Omnia and Record Keeper, of course. But I think Record Keeper. I don't know if Record Keeper counts. I like to say it counts, but
Totally counts.
You shall return to nothingness.
Everything I knew about 13 I learned from Record Keeper. And the 2 hours.
And then you forgot about it, so you were still going
No,
blind.
I didn't. It's just they didn't really go into 2 or 3.
And we meet again.
Okay.
They just stuck with OG. But Sarah was there for some reason. They never really explained it. It's just like, here she is. She has time powers. Why? She has time powers. Doesn't matter why. Just use her chain. It's really good. I don't know where I am. But there's no map for it, which is good. But these people have already explored it, so, oh god. So fuck me, I guess. Aha!
What are we gonna do?
This will be
Tons.
your last battle.
Why can't they just be a little closer together? Like that. Thank you. Let's see.
One
there
that
was-
close. I didn't really want that close up of a skeleton.
Well, why not?
Light.
It's educational. You need to see what we're up against.
It's your funeral.
So yeah, I mean, so the thing about there's things that even. I mean, the only source of official information, so to speak, we have now ongoing on the trilogy and basically any done Final Fantasy thing. That's the City Opera Omnia. And when it comes to the trilogy, it's very enlightening because it's like in 12. There's so many things that because of that, that era that was largely experimental, trying to tackle some projects that sometimes were a bit bigger for what the company could afford at the time. But,
Yeah, that was like every game after 10, basically.
Yeah, and and until Yoshi P or Savior came and kind of tried to put everything in place. And I mean, 14 has been basically carrying Square Enix after 15 big time.
Yeah, that's no lie. And 16's actually been on a consistent production schedule, which is shocking considering, a decade and a half of Nomura.
Don't let me go rant on Nomura
Oh,
live,
please do. He needs to be a character
No.
designer and nothing else. They don't need to put him in charge of anything.
You know my Nomura mantra or my Nomura saying. That I mean, it's no secret. Don't ever. I mean, the only credit I will give to Nomura as a game director is somehow convincing Square Enix that a Final Fantasy and Disney crossover was going to work.
Was he the one who convinced them of that? because I'm not convinced that he was. I think they were just like, Nomura, here, just be in charge of this. You wanted a project, and people liked 7. We're not going to remake 7, so here, have this other IP that we're making. It's kind of Final Fantasy, but it also has Disney. You can fuck up the Final Fantasy side, that's fine, but you can't touch the Disney. Just make sure that it's very Disney. And also, we have to release at least one game every 2 years in order to keep our contract. They don't have to make sense, but we do have to release them. So it can be on any platform. It doesn't matter. Just make sure something gets out there. And if you can't make a number title, that's fine. Just make like a mobile game or something, and we'll be good.
The only Kingdom Hearts I've watched, because that was many years ago. It was Kingdom Hearts 2,
that was my last Kingdom Hearts game.
And I watched it because Spain did. We usually get the games, Square Enix games. Some of them we get. We get all of them localized and translated, of course, but not all of them get dubbed. But they dubbed Kingdom Hearts 2 with the Disney usual character actors as well. And that was, I wasn't never a really big Disney fan, but the effort they put into dubbing Kingdom Hearts 2 was evident, so of course I will give them that. It just, as a Pokemon fan, just makes it's impossible to not hear, because they chose the same voice actor, Spanish voice actor for Sora as Ash Ketchum from Pokemon, and it's like I'm done.
Yeah, they made a mistake in English casting Haley Joel Osment, because obviously they figured, he's a kid, he's popular, Sora's a kid, this will work out great. They didn't expect him to be, cast as the same character for 25 years. And, his balls dropped, his voice got deeper, and now Sora sounds like this. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 654.986/86 released for Samsung Fridge. Exactly. You can only play it if you have a Samsung Fridge and don't live in Korea.
Oh. Yeah, the thing about Nomura is, please don't ever hand Nomura a script, ever. Like, the only exception I'm willing to make is Strangers of Paradise, but that's just because Nomura had to work with already established Final Fantasy 1. So,
yeah.
and still he managed to pull out some
crazy sci-fi shit.
Yeah,
out of his ass.
I will buy it, because we didn't get in Final Fantasy 1. There was not so much information about Lufinia, and that's fine. If you want to elaborate on Lufinia, perfectly fine by me. And to some extent, it made sense. After Dissidia and some other things. So, in that regard, when you give Nomura something to work on other people's stuff, he doesn't tend to screw up so much. But if you give him the entire script and do what you want, and it's like, no, now you're done it.
Yeah, I still remember when he watched Les Mis and he was like, Final Fantasy 15 should be a musical, like halfway through development, and everyone was just like, no.
No, I can imagine. Fuck, I can imagine. Not just Tabata just going extreme facepalm. I can imagine the Fabula Nova Cristales team in the back, like, they already stole us versus 13 from us. Now this Nomura, really?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's like forever salty about versus 13. at least, I mean, I console myself thinking, at least we still got Type 0.
Barely.
Yeah.
Like, it should have been released on a mainline hub, so why not?
Alright, time for this.
I think it was on Vita that it came out on.
If we meet again.
No, PSP.
Ah,
And the remaster is great, but it took them a long time to actually pull the remaster, considering how and the only reason well, not sure if it's the only reason, but they use sort of which is kind of ironic. They use 15's release, so to speak, to release Type 0's remaster, and it's like, why are you using the remaster of 15 for Type 0 if you've divorced 15 entirely from Fabula Nova Crystallis? You fucking asshole! And it's like...
yeah, I don't know. Rhapsodic says, I play every Kingdom Hearts game and live in a constant state of confusion. I don't blame you. And I think it has a lot to do with like what we were talking about the other day about 14, where Japan really isn't as much into the story and lore. They're more about the gameplay. And Nomura is clearly very much also of that mindset, where he's just like, just make some shit up as long as it's fun to play. It doesn't matter. And it does to me. Super does to me. Because if I don't have context for what's going on, then I don't care. Yeah, fun to play, looks cool, and has 50,000 polygons for like a strand of hair.
That just reminds me of 15, and I'm like...
15 is a fantastic story told terribly.
It's like 15 is like the best example of what not to do when you're telling a video game story.
And like, the worst part is I really do want to replay 15. I'm not gonna buy it on Steam, play it on stream because I have it on console. But I've been looking at it for a few months now, and I'm just like, oh, I want to give it another shot with all the updates they've made since then.
I mean, I think the game is best in terms of what it really is. That is the bros on a trip than the real plot. And the bros on a trip, it's good enough. It's just that they try to...
Yeah, the Bros on a Triple was fantastic, just because of all the banter. It was so well written and acted. It was phenomenal. And then, they did the whole thing with Luna Freya, and I was like, meh, don't care.
Like, I mean...
I saw her for like 2 minutes, and then she's like, oh, I'm dead. I'm like... I mean,
from 15, I take Arden. Mostly, by far.
Arden's alright. They didn't explain his story well enough in the game. And I know there's episode Arden and the supplemental stuff, but that's not...
But DLC. That's not how you do things.
Exactly.
If you need a DLC to explain a character's story,
then it shouldn't be DLC, it should just be in the game.
Like, in Lightning Returns... I mean, I know people could tell me, but it's the same in the trilogy. Not exactly, because the trilogy tells you the story, just not in an obvious way.
Right.
You need a bit of direction.
See,
but the story is in the game. You can piece it together yourself.
Right, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. And doing side stuff where, like the DLC for Saz, just kind of explaining how he got from A to B and where Chocolina came from. That was fantastic, because that's not essential to the story. It just kind of helps develop stuff on the side. Great. That's what I'm okay with. But
or Snow, for example.
Yeah, but like where you need a supplemental piece of work in order to understand what's going on at all in the story, or you miss parts of the story because you don't have that critical piece of information, it sucks. Yeah, I saw King's Blade first too, and I was so confused. And I was like, "What is this?"
And I was like,
I couldn't watch the anime.
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it anyway. I watched the movie just because. I don't know. Another one of those days that I really didn't have anything better to do. Maybe one of these days I find myself may watch Advent Children, and I will later I will regret it. But
I just, I'm not a huge Seven fan. I
No,
know Advent
I mean-
Children, people were really excited about it, and then like a few years later, everyone was really mad about it, and I was just like, I don't know why.
no,
Oh,
I think,
yes, go extinct. Fuck you. I'm gonna kill all of you.
Oh. So, the thing with 7... I know people, I mean, when it comes to 7, I know people just want to lynch me on the street.
Oh,
But
people
I
lose their
think
minds over
it's...
that game.
Forgiveness.
If there's a Final Fantasy that needed a sequel, or a prequel, or anything at all, that was 7. I mean, I don't think it needed anything at all. I mean,
Guess it comes to
I'm the only, change my mind if you want, but I think the only reason that it got all of these things is because merely fan service.
Because of what?
Fan service. It's just because it's popular. They decided to keep. I mean, of course, it makes sense from a commercial
Oh, yeah.
standpoint.
It made money, so it'll make money.
It makes sense. In the end, a company is a company, and they seek to please the public, and that's how it works. But in terms of purely narrative stuff, 7 didn't really need any sequel or prequel.
I mean, considering that the end of 7 is like the very, very distant future, we know what happens.
the life shall become from you. Think you might like this.
I think I have to rely on hope stuff so much.
Cut from you. The life shall be cut from you.
Also, I don't know why I'm recharging so slow now.
Alright, time for this.
No, you're not. You're not. You don't have slow. You're not inflicted with slow.
I know. Which is
No.
why I'm like, why is it recharging so slowly?
I shall take you. Try to keep up. You want to be saved. I shall take your light. You want to be saved.
Pablo Solis has many stuff to make spin-offs and stuff from
You
it.
shall return to
And we don't have spin-off. We only have novels. The novels are
I need more
really
time.
great too, and they're fine to read. Like we have the translation and stuff in the server. I think you were still reading episode 0, but
The life shall be cut from you.
I mean, the Rhapsody has read them. I know, and I know she's like excited to read Reminiscence, which is the Lion one. And that's the only one I will ask you to read, basically.
Okay.
It's I don't know how long it is. I can check. I have the pages here. I think it's. Let me see.
So I saw Zental say, I love AC for Advent Children, and I was like, man, I love AC too. Air conditioning is great.
you can't survive in Spain without it, kind of.
Yeah, you can't
I mean,
survive
you
here
can.
without it. I mean, I went without it for a few years, but only because I had a wall unit and would open the door up whenever it rained, which was a lot. Still sucked.
Well, yeah.
You know, I'm almost sad about burning through all these X potions to kill this guy, but fuck these things. Worth it.
Also, you will. Don't worry, you can buy more potions if needed. But if you, but you can also visit any apothecary and restock if you need.
And Zen says we don't need it in the UK. Yeah, I was looking at a map. I didn't realize that the UK is like in line with the top of Canada. Jesus, this is practically the Arctic.
I play by my own rules.
Meanwhile,
So
we're in
I
line
thought-
with like Africa. Meowth is like in line with Maine. Come on.
I don't have the reference for Maine, but
It's like the very top of continental North America.
no.
The goblets are extinct. May they all fucking burn in hell.
Now
They're
you
not
can-
going to the New World. You will not see a single one.
You can the accessories you get from these things are fairly good, so maybe at some point you will want to recheck the equip accessories.
Alright, I'll do it now. Let's see what we got.
I was searching for this thing. Where the fuck do I have it? Oh, here it is.
Hey, that is terrible. Strength
So,
and magic minus 100%. That's
Oh.
good for tanking though, but it's like a block set.
Yeah, there are different builds for stuff, for situational stuff. I was saying something. Oh yeah, the Lane Returns novel Reminiscence is, well, the document I shared is only 48 pages, so it's not as long as the other ones.
Yeah, I used to
Well,
think
long.
that Zent. Because I was like, oh, Spain, it's
So-
super south. No.
Not really, but there's this thing like how that was 10 years ago, exactly 10 years ago. It was 2012. That's when I spent 3 weeks on Ireland. I forgive me, Brits in the chat, but I prefer Ireland so very much to London, which is where. Well, then again, I guess it's like I've only been to the capital, so capital cities are not exactly the country itself, but yeah. But I went to Ireland. I stayed like 3 weeks there, and and there was like a 1 hour bus ride to the well, it was an academy for English, for learning and stuff. Practicing being there like on your own, or with staying with a family, all that stuff. Okay. So I wake up in the morning. I look outside the window, and I'm like, oh, it's very sunny today. Okay, I'm not going to take any stuff because it was summer. It was some nice temperature stuff. Fine. This was more or less 7 a.m. Come 12 p.m. and it's powering, and it's like fucking. I haven't taken like any umbrella, any coat, anything in my Spanish ignorance of how easily the weather changes. Like in the islands. Like, well, I'm boned.
Sental says, England is more than just London, you heathen. Yeah, like the North. But yeah, if Florida is much the same, where like you'll wake up, it'll be like nice and cool outside. You'll take a jacket, 3 hours later, it's like freaking 20 degrees hotter. Celsius or Fahrenheit, take your pick. And
Fate is what
and
it
the sun,
is.
it'll be like cloudless sky. 30 minutes later, there'll be a thunderstorm.
Cut from you.
I thought. I
And
mean, Sand, I assume you mean 4 seasons, because the only place in the world that has 5 seasons is Australia, and it's because the 5th season is called "Fuck You."
That's just nature. And it's all year long. That's better than here where
It happens. It happens randomly at any point of the year. Just
We meet again.
Yeah.
Savior's gone.
Yeah, here there are no seasons. It's just fall and then rain, and also summer.
The end is close.
We're doing
We
chaos
meet
now.
again.
that one, or maybe flocks of birds that would make fuck. For Hitchcock have what dreams. Yeah.
You forgot the UK season Fog.
True. I think I never encountered fog when I was staying in Ireland, but then again, Ireland is much better than the UK. That's just facts.
Fog is disgusting.
And we meet again.
Like, if you've ever been in like super fog,
Saved.
I've been. Spain sometimes gets crazy shit. Like, you wouldn't expect stuff like that to happen in Spain, and then it happens, and you're like, okay. Color me surprised. When I was a kid,
Job.
and we got a fucking tornado,
I need more
and it's like, how?
The life shall be
or in my city, it's been. I only remember that it's frozen over shit once in my life, but it happens, and we're next to the sea in Mediterranean climate.
I need more time.
Spain does weird shit. And of course, there's the fact that Spain basically, so you can imagine how crazy the weather can get randomly.
Not a bad victory.
Spain is divided in 2 zones. One is northern Spain, which is Atlantic Sea, Atlantic Ocean. It's more similar to I was distracted by Hope panicking, of course. I was going to say, northern Spain is similar in climate to the UK or kind of France, some parts of France. But then again, France is half Atlantic, half Mediterranean, so there's that. So there's that. And Spain is like that. It's like northern Spain, then you have eastern Spain, which is where I live, which is the Mediterranean side. And in the middle, you've got like a fucking massive plateau that also makes the entire country's weather kind of be split in two. Because of the mountain range and the altitude, and it can create a number of many fucking up shit. And it's like, yeah. Like for example, like in my region right now should be the rain season, but we've only seen like a couple of days of rain. But we know that whenever it decides to downpour, it's Yeah. But anyways,
See, I think it's funny that you can just like, here's my country, all the different regions of it. Meanwhile, I'm like, here's my state. There's like, each state's its own little country, and they all hate each other, but they got to live together. And they all are constantly doing stuff to fuck each other over.
I mean, to be fair, I think America to Europe, it's like a big number of question marks. It's like so you travel 10 hours to get to another point in your state, whereas we travel for 10 hours to go to a different country.
Yeah, you cannot get out of some states in 10 hours. Including mine.
So it's like okay. Whereas Europe is basically a number of countries crammed in like what is possibly the smallest continent.
Yeah. Aside from like Antarctica.
Savior's got a job.
Antarctica is bigger than Europe.
Oh, fun.
That's the sad part.
I can tell which village you're from because of your dialect. Wow.
You know what? That happens here too. Like in my region, not in my country, in my region. Like we can tell from their way the way they pronounce some shit. We can tell from where they from more or less which part of our region they come from.
Wow.
It's I think that's rather European. That's a European standard, basically. I think. I mean, the thing is that Europe is just Europe as itself. It's a lot of many.
Can't run now.
It's out of many different cultures. Ooh, nice one. Lots of very different cultures and stuff. But Spain is like the Mediterranean countries more so. But Spain is like the threshold between Europe and Africa, and we basically have had everything at some point in our history. So it's like. Yeah, so that's why we don't bat an eye in general about anything. Like it's like, yeah, just live your life, let others live, and we're fine because.
Nothing to speak of.
Okay, so you can kill these things just fine. I mean, with some stuff, but you can do it, so you should be good for the final day.
Okay. Where like every single fight looks like that.
No, it's just that you have to. But for the final day, you really know how to stagger and how to guard, basically.
Yeah, I'm having to guard a lot more now.
Yeah. So it's good practice. I'm going to pour myself a bit of iced tea. I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah. Yeah, the skeleton rage is real. Trying to awaken Lightning's inner skeleton.
Comes to this. You shall return to nothingness.
Spain also has some of England. That's true. I remember that in the South. All the Brits on holiday who got kicked out. We won't tell Mouth about that though.
Send one thing first. Screw you. Second,
She brought it up on her own. I didn't do it.
So, second, one day we will reconquer that. Third, the only space you really have inside of Spain is Benidorm and Ibiza. And the only thing you know how to do is killing yourself, jumping off the balconies. So,
What?
Fine by, yeah.
I'm so confused, but okay.
Let me explain. It's actually something that's it's kind of one of Spain's dark humor memes because it's not really funny, so to speak. But there's this thing. I mean, the Balearic Islands, they're a very popular resort for people of Europe from colder climates, you know, like German people, but mostly British people. So, many youths come to Spain, and like the other day we were discussing on your thread, like our nightclubs can get a bit wild. They don't close, and for people from other parts of Europe, they're not used to that level of party hard, you know.
Oh,
so they
hang on.
get
I
so
need to let my
youths
cat out.
so youths get drunk for days actually and nights, and there's the thing in when there's I don't know if it's something similar in your like in other places of Europe, but it's usual for us that in a hotel or a resort, the pool is next to most resorts have their own pool, and it's like below the apartment building. So imagine a youth, mostly British, that's why it's kind of a dark humor meme, being drunk at their socks off. And it's a very tragically common practice that these youths jump from actually sometimes really high levels down to the pool.
Oh,
and
God. Half the time they miss.
and sometimes they score, and some other times they don't. And that's one of the highest accident death causes in Spain for tourists. Being drunk off their socks and trying to jump off the buildings into the pool. For us, it's like because we're like that. It's kind of like a meme. It's like, oh, okay, so the Brits come to Spain to kill themselves. Just wait until when they go extinct themselves, and we can take Gibraltar from there. But it's actually dark humor because, yeah.
You want to be saved.
It even got its own the practice if you want to call it. It's even got its own name at this point. We call it balconing.
Wow.
So yeah, so you actually send them here to let Darwin pass judgment. Seems legit. I mean, I would believe that. I would believe that.
I really hate slow in this game.
Yeah. And there's the thing that there's no really haste.
Yeah.
You don't really get haste except for Hope's concoctions. Again, he's just making capital from his magic.
Right?
I mean, if you're not a white mage, if you're not a main healer or mostly white mage, who hasn't at some point written a macro about their people who base you owing you like 2k MP, then what are you even doing with your life?
I mean, my res macro is, thank you for using my resurrection service. That'll be 150,000 gil, which will be deducted from your account as soon as you hit accept.
Who's got a job? Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, legit. I mean, I'm weird. I had resurrection macros at some point, but I just abandoned them altogether because I was like, yeah.
They take too long. I don't usually.
No, just my ping screwing up with the swiftcast plus raise macro. So I was like, fuck it. So my only macros are for when I go tank and I go I hit the panic button. You know
panic.
What? Yeah. So yeah, those are my only.
No mercy, no forgiveness.
My only macros, but mostly because I've seen what happens when the tank suddenly goes invulnerable and the hero doesn't notice, and it's like
Super Bowl
in fact, ironically, I'm a main weight mage, and then main tank. Thematically, my favorite is Dark Knight, but in the end, my main tank is Gunbreaker because I prefer the gameplay. It feels like I'm doing something.
And yeah,
I mean,
you guys really did pull a hold my beer for that.
So my Gunbreaker macro, the Super Bully macro is basically healer jumps.
Reflexes.
Like, yeah, no, I'm not so mainstream. I'm just healer jump scare, but basically healer jump scare. I've experienced the healer jump scare so many times. I was like, may as well warn not my healer when I go tank, but there's that, and then but I think there's nothing.
I wish pure healers had more guns in 14.
With him, there's Sage, but I'll tell you something. I've never experienced so much stress in 14 as a healer than when a Dark Knight goes Living Death and I'm healing as a scorer or as a Sage. I'm like, fuck. Okay. It's like this is 50% chance that they will live or they will die.
I like this.
So what you're really saying is you like playing the gambler class.
No, that's why I'm a main weight mage. Because I prefer to simply go, okay, benediction, fuck you. I mean, you're fine. That's benediction saves me so many headaches.
That's true.
But sometimes I prefer to go a bit more technical healer, so to speak, instead of brain dead healer. And that's when I get into expert roulette and regret it.
Hey now, don't trash talk my brain dead healer. It's relaxing. I enjoy it.
That's why I'm main white mage. I can be bothered to use more than one brain cell to heal.
I had a friend who tanked. I don't
want to heal. I'm a white mage.
Yeah.
I just want to glare spam.
Yeah, exactly. I have a friend, and he usually tanks for me. And I was like, if you ever see regen and Medica 2 on you at the same time, I'm not healing you. I'm not even looking at your hit points. So don't die, because I won't notice.
I do the same, and at the same time, I am my only preemptive measure is Divine Benison. Sometimes.
Oh, and Aqua Veil.
An Aqua Veil. If I see a Tank Buster and I'm like, okay, with this, you're fine. If you die, then it's not my problem. You have the extra heal.
Yep.
Fuck you.
I'll release your soul.
If you die, then you did something stupid. It's your fault.
You're just gleefully spamming glare, and
Yeah.
I'm probably doing more damage than the DPS.
Alright, time
The
to rest.
sages think they are the DPS healer class, but that's a lie.
No, it's white mage. Just because they have 4 floaty little guns that don't do that much damage.
It's also because they heal by dealing damage, but but to be fair, I spend more time panicking about not healing enough than actually casting.
I mean, white mage heals by dealing damage too.
True.
Because
Hey, if
mitigation
there's-
is a form of healing, right?
If the threat doesn't exist, then you don't have. Then
Yeah, exactly.
There's no
Mitigation through elimination.
I shall take your life.
That's exactly that's why hope is such a big white mage.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if the threat's there, I don't need to heal you.
Time to mix it
And
up.
then, you know,
It's like I don't need to heal you. I can heal you first, so you don't give me any more troubles or headaches about that. But at the same time, it's like I can also scatter you into ash. So there's no need of healing. So there's that.
yeah, best
So,
healer ever.
That's why white mages in 14 should have flare, like he does.
It's true. I agree. There are only 4 skeletons remaining in the world before we see lightning skeletons pop out.
Oh.
That's the philosophy of taking health through genocide. Generally, just like every Gridanian job, well, that's not very nice.
I take Gridanian jobs. I mean, I'm a main white mage, but I like Dragoon. If only because sometimes tanking the floor just gives me enough time to, okay, I'm going to check some other things.
See, that's why white mages are so awful. They'll take one look at that and be like, no, it's not break time. I didn't say you could rest. You're gonna do mechanics and like it.
I prefer Reaper than Dragoon. To be fair, Reaper was a great addition. I think that melee-wise is my main DPS right now. Melee. I mean, my main DPS. I usually won't say it's machinist because it was the first job I maxed up after white mage. And I really like machinist, but in the end, my main range DPS is dancer, just because dancer can heal. Not much, but can heal. It's enough. And it happens the same with I'm like what's your main caster DPS? And I'm like, I want to say summoner, but in the end, the truth is that my main caster DPS is red mage. It's just Virtue plus per race. It's just my. It's like okay, if I see the healers not doing their job, it's like I'm a red mage and I am going to heavy carry. Okay, time, but okay, that's fine.
I do miss Walmart heals from black mages. Back when crossfire skills were a thing.
That's true. Like when, yeah. But I don't miss the loss of cross-class stuff because that was Heaven's Word, and I don't really miss the age of gun mage and arrow mage.
I loved bow mage. Not really. Said no one ever.
I mean, like my first job to to level up assign my main ever in 14 was Machinist. In the dark times of Gun Mage and when even Stormblood, when it was the RNG at DPS, and it was like, you play Machinist? And I'm like, yes.
Yeah, and Astro was like ridiculously broken, overpowered.
Yeah, until Shadowbringers came and righted the universe by giving the white mages the Blood Lily.
Yeah, because in Shadowbringers, white mages, or not Shadowbringers, in Stormblood, white mages were terrible.
Didn't stop me from still.
Oh, I made white mage the whole way through, but it was a rough time.
Oh yeah. But still, we had Arrow 3.
Yeah.
And I miss Arrow 3.
I did too. It was nice to have a good AoE dot.
But yeah. Machinist is great. It's just that Shadowbringers gave me Dancer, and I realized in Shadowbringers that my calling in MMOs is being a super class.
I mean, you get drill, shotgun, and anchor now. You didn't always.
Mm-hmm. True.
Oh my God.
But I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed the Shadowbringers. Next one.
That's right. There's one left in the world.
There's skeleton left in the world.
Before we encounter Skelly Prime. Oh, there it is! Lightning skeleton popped out!
Could be a problem. No mercy and no forgiveness.
This is actually important, so I'm shutting up. So I shut up because this is the ultimate boss of my returns, the skeleton Omega
Yes,
Pink.
the Skeleton King. You know it's hers because it's pink. Exactly. Ah, fuck it. I think lightning would stab her spell sniffer. Yeah, true. She absolutely would. You ask her, Lightning, what color is your skeleton? It's like gunmetal.
I mean, to be fair, it's one of my favorite dies right now, the gunmetal die. And if only because the jet black dye is always so expensive, and I realized gunmetal is so in the market for, and gunmetal it's not just metallic, but also that was a cool overclock. Look at this hurdle running very, very, very slow.
No. I think it'll give me at least 3. Zental, you're absolutely right, and that's why she is hacking away at it with a giant sword.
Yes.
There it is.
Nothing to speak of.
We've killed the Skeleton King. There are no more skeletons left in the world. Everyone can rest easy now. They'll never have to stand again.
Now Hope is just a bit dejected that now that he can't make the joke about either treasure or knee deep in skeletons, and he's like, damn. Now you can teleport if you want to Ruffian and turn in this quest to the guy that asks you to extinguish.
Should I teleport or should I use the cactuar?
You can use the character.
Okay.
I mean, it's free teleport. So
Yeah.
Ruffian.
But what if the Skeleton Queen? Yeah, let's hope. That's the Drama Queen. Wow. Took us an hour and a half to kill all the skeletons.
I mean, it was. I mean, I thought that the stream would be a bit quieter because the same. What I was saying that you don't hear Hope in this final stretch if you do things good enough. But he was left
The revenge you always wanted is complete.
fairly.
I
He
destroyed
chimed in a
every
couple
last one of
times,
the
like
skeletons that got your kids.
in panic. So that's fine.
You got
That's fine, that's
revenge
one.
for me. Thank you. I knew you were the right person to ask.
Do you feel better now?
Yes. I suppose I do. But it's still not the same as having my kids back with me.
That's the way revenge goes.
Yeah, you're probably right. But at least it saved me
He does
from
sound drunk.
killing myself to death.
You're done grieving?
I'll never stop grieving. But I feel like I can face the grief head on now. I don't want to be living in a bottle when the world ends. I'm gonna go visit their grave and tell my kids about this. I can't do much more.
He's gonna
to
go
thank
crowd
you,
surfing
but
on a ledge.
Please take this.
Yay, I got a drunk guy's soul. Alright.
What do you need for the roads quest of the Canvas of Prayers? There should be the requirements around in the quest.
Ah,
Uh,
there we go. So this one I just need
Roadworks one.
proof of unlocking the
Okay.
gate. So that one's
That one is in the Wildlands, and the other one is Key to the Sand Gate.
Aria's Hill and the
Okay,
Oasis
the other one is near to the lighthouse, so you have to go to the lighthouse. Okay. Off to the lighthouse you go.
I've posted the origins of Skeleton Man in the Discord thread.
Give me a moment.
Shit. Doesn't even have the courtesy of telling me which one that is. I'll just go to this one. Alright, there's the lighthouse. I'm assuming it's at the top.
I mean, going a bit like in. Oh, great.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, well, yeah. Going a bit like. I think you commented on this, not sure, but I think that's the impression I got. That these being, of course, evidently the dunes being the what remains of the Arkhild steppe and neighboring zones, it was pretty jarring to see.
Yeah.
Lizards, lots of lizards,
Oh my god, a quest and nodes.
and you can't complete this quest in this run.
Ah. There's just all this stuff out here. Wow. Could have just bought these oil. What the hell? Is that a cactuar?
You had, yeah.
But no key.
No, you got it. You already got it.
Oh, I did?
It was in the other.
Hey,
Yeah,
you.
it was in the other Algen node.
You there.
I'm just
Don't you
curious.
think the last of something seems a bit more special? More valuable, even?
Not necessarily. Could just be the leftovers that no one else wanted.
Like that skeleton.
You just don't get it. I guess I have to explain to you the awesomeness of my research then.
No, you really don't. But thanks anyway.
Wait. This is your last chance. Are you sure you want to miss out on your chance to hear the last researcher?
Last researcher? I've seen plenty of researchers.
Yeah, there's a camp up
No,
north.
I'm research lasts. Everything has to end sometime, right? Even us ageless humans, we still fall prey to illness and injury. Eventually, there will be a last of us too.
Unless the world ends first. But what do you
Yeah,
want
this is the
from
last
me?
world. Go research
I've
that.
spent this endless life of mine researching the ends of all the many things in our world. And now, I'm researching the last of the monsters.
So you're studying how they die?
No.
Oh, that's easy.
That'd be
Lightning
their
killed them all.
last moments. I meant the last
Last of us.
specimen of a species of monsters.
I don't follow.
You see, you reduce the number of specimens in a species until they're on the very verge of extinction. Then, what will happen to the last individual?
They'll die
One
when I kill
lone
them.
survivor in the face of extinction.
It turns out
This,
the last individual receives the collective strength of its species and it transforms. Its form is enveloped in a sickly light, and it becomes far stronger than is normal for an individual of its kind. I've come to call
Is this
this
subtlety?
the last one syndrome. I must gather data on all the species that manifest a last one.
All the
I
humans
wanna
are gonna
drive
die, and
every
Lightning's
last
gonna be the
species of
last one.
monster to the brink of extinction.
She's gonna be like, "Oh my God, I'm still human."
I don't know whether to salute you or slap you. You want to
Complex
wipe out
than
all
that.
the monsters in the world.
The world is ending anyway, right? Everything is gonna die sooner or later, so what's wrong with speeding things up? No need to feel bad. Get out there and start killing.
Are you talking to me?
I need someone to start exterminating monsters fast, so I can study as many last ones as possible.
Genocide
You're
the
obviously
quest.
strong enough for the task, so get to it.
It's impossible. All the time in the world would not be enough to hunt a species into extinction.
Oh please, you've done it 3 times already.
Yes, you're right. You'd have to be able to live through this life countless times to do such a thing.
Why ask if you know it's impossible?
Like I said, the world is ending anyway. If you don't ask for what you want now, then when will you? I knew it was too much to hope for. But somehow when I saw you, I thought you might actually be capable of it.
Do you even listen to yourself?
It's the new game plus time loop. Sure.
Yeah, you basically go through
Fine.
New Game Plus
Since
a
you
number
asked,
of
I guess I can at
times,
least try.
I know
and
you'll
because
be able to
for
do
this
it.
quest,
I
what
can see in your
counts
eyes.
is that you have the monster registered in your the data log. So and to flee, but yeah. So I think you can go to Chocolina and unlock one of the highways.
Alright.
You want to be saved.
Because you're a completionist, so that's why.
I need more time.
I mean, it's impossible to do in a first run first because you could technically kill every monster, but there are some monsters that only appear during the final day. That's why you can do it in a first run.
Aha. I'll let the other lizards live. My gift to the world.
That sword is so pretty damn good to get. It's just that it's obnoxiously pink. Sal is referring to the sword you get to when you drive the behemoths extinct. You get a really nice sword, but it's really big and it's all
Really
pink,
pink?
and
Oh.
and it's kind of this trade-off of obnoxious for power.
So I could see that. I could also see Lightning using it, because Lightning would be like, Sarah would like this. So I will use it for her.
Lightning would care more about how many people she can just slash to death with it than that
True.
it's obnoxiously pink.
True. It's like it might be pink, but it's very sharp. My wife brought me pistachio cheesecake.
Doing the entire roundabout way, but it's fine since you still want to burn time,
Yeah,
so it's
I went
fine.
the wrong way.
It's fine. You can just, if you felt like you hadn't explored Nova Chrysalia, you can now take time, or take the time, so to speak.
Man, I'm just sliding forever.
Yes.
Whee!
Eh.
Oh, there we go. Nope.
So, like, Atomos' Sands is obviously what remains of the Mahabharata Subterra, because that's where Atomos was, of course.
Right.
So,
It's crazy.
hmm.
Seeing what became of it all.
Mm-hmm.
No! Oh,
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least you don't have to. The capture teleports are free, so
Yeah.
there's that. That's true. When you drive the Behemoth extinct, it's like you lose a great asset of Aradia points.
Mm-hmm. I drank a huge cup of water right before the stream. But thank you.
I hope you can make everyone's wishes come true.
Cat is going crazy. I don't know if anyone can hear her.
No, my kittens have been a bit rowdy today.
Oh, shit. A Gridanian sword and sigil. Another pint of coffee?
You did a fantastical job, Lightning. That was fantabulously impressive.
You can teleport to Arya's village. Well, and check if you want the thing. No, it's in the weapons.
I know, I'm just looking through this. I like Sandfox, actually. Of course. Of course it's made of wood.
Do you expect?
Gridania! Oh, that sword looks cool, actually.
Yeah, it's one of the leafy.
Yeah. Thanks, Twin Adder. Although that outfit is better suited for Ulda.
Something for my very, very best friend who likes to help those in need. Oh yes, of course, I mean you.
The next one, you have to teleport to Arya's village,
Yeah.
and I'm not sure. And I'm not sure which one is the Green Gate.
Oh, Dash.
Mm.
Ah, it's the Screaming Chocobo. Odin Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Fails to amuse me that Arya's village theme for the morning is the March of the Dreadnought. It's just so great.
Oh, a pint-sized mug. That's different.
I think it's the opposite gate, not this one, not this row, but the other one. I think.
How dare.
I mean, it's just across. It's just across the.
Fine. I'll go the other way.
Cheap. To think that like the other day I said, to think that they made the Academy HQ their breeding nesting grounds.
Disgusting.
How? No, I was just thinking how far, how much humanity has fallen. I mean, in a sense, you can imagine Ho being like, thank goodness I don't really connect emotionally with what's going on down there, because like it's like, see, imagine seeing like Academy HQ just brimming with sheep.
So, I'm not convinced he didn't. Because the ruins are clearly 500 years old. But I feel like in order for basically everything to recover, it might take a little more than 170 years. So I'm wondering if there weren't already people out here and all this wasn't going on while he was still leading. And he was like, you know what? Academia is gone. Just use it for sheep farming.
You know what? Do whatever you.
He was like, you know what? Do whatever you want. I don't care anymore. In fact, I found God. I'm gonna go talk to him. And cool. Why not? And he is gonna make a new world for me. So yeah, you can keep this old shitty one.
So yeah, so basically, screw you guys. I have a new employer.
Yes, but also new world, where I will only invite people that I like, and
that's basically lightning.
Yeah,
and maybe snow.
Yeah, and all you bitches who used to make fun of me saying I was a bad character, you're not coming to my new world. So
wow. That's like a very hard pass.
Hey, hope does not fuck around. We learned this.
No.
There's some chaos right outside the station. I want to look at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Miss Mighty Savior, what can I do for you on this fine day?
Hope left all the science rejects behind to research the 0 point and took all the good ones with him. Facts. I like this line of thinking that he's completely aware of what's going on here. He was just like, you know what? It's fine. We'll just turn this into the sticks. And, they can all, be inbred hicks out here together. And at least then they'll all be in one spot. And that way we can make a city that is actually a good place to live.
Basically, right now, rounding up stats.
Yep. Getting ready for the final day.
You made someone's prayers come true. In return, they wanted you to have this. It's what you've always wanted, isn't it? What you've always dreamed about? No?
Yes, yes it is.
Chocolina again, and I think she has another
Chocobocolina, the canvas of prayers is ready for
Another
your
piece of
viewing
dialogue.
pleasure.
Nah. Okay, no.
Wow. What a
Some of
cute-
these,
You keep granting people
some of these are
everything.
also for
You have a holy aura.
for New Game Plus, because the items you get from one run are safe for the next one.
Oh, okay.
So
I was wondering,
they
so I was like,
accom-
I've only gotten 3 amp chips this entire game. I don't know how I'm gonna get 5.
Yeah, they pass on to the following
Excellent.
run. So if you want to tackle the quest, the final quest right now, you can.
The final
You-
MSQ, or?
No, final side quest.
Ah,
You just have to go to the Wildland station and approach a couple guys that are in the platform of the train.
so we've opened up all the roads now? I'm assuming
Yeah.
that we've gotten all of the 3 city-states.
Exactly. Oh, Flans. Great.
You know, except for Ishgard, Alamigo, Kugane.
Yeah, well, but this was basically their collaboration with
What's
Aurora.
happening over at Canopus Farms?
Mighty strange. Never heard of anything like that before.
You running off to Luxarian?
Ran off. More like it.
I'm detecting large infusions of chaos in the area. They're all over Canopus Farms.
Why would chaos suddenly appear across a single village like that? I have to check it out.
My god, the chaos. I don't see it. Man, these brains died a few centuries before the species. These folks are really just zombies. That explains.
Kill
a lot.
kill the behemoth. Kill the behemoth. You're on 4
Together we can
Eradia.
prevail.
You're going to need the full Eradia.
I shall take your light. Savior's got a job.
Quad 9 can't use anything anymore.
I shall take your light. Now. I play by my own rules.
There. EP full. So where did this side quest come from? Or is it just you walk up to the station?
The station, yeah. And it activates after you fully heal the chocobo.
Ah,
What is it?
It's the chocobos, the ones I'm treating. They're inside the chaos. I've got to get them to safety.
my god, it's Chocobo
Doctor,
Chaos.
it's too late.
Did all the villagers make it out okay?
Yes, everyone is accounted for, except for the chocobos. They were too slow.
I
Well,
saw something
chocobos are
in
dead.
there. It was a chocobo eater. If we don't get those chocobos to safety fast, they'll be slain. Every last one of them.
You want to help your fellows, is that it? I didn't need to ask.
I've analyzed the chaos. The monster inside is too large to be a chocobo. I can only assume that it's a chocobo eater.
Too late.
I've never seen a chaos infusion like this. Not only is it covering a large area, it's not losing...
Yes! Yes!
Didn't appear naturally. Someone or something has brought it here deliberately.
I think the chocobo eater is the source of the infusion. You have to defeat it to get rid of this chaos.
Do I have to? Can I just jam?
But it's going to be your battle theme, so...
Okay, fair enough.
Right, together we can do this.
So this thing is... I prefer... This is why I prefer to take this quest sometimes later than... I mean, I prefer to take it when it's like last quest. Because you got the full stats, because it's a chocobo eater inside a chaos infusion.
Yeah. I was really hoping this song would come back. I'm so happy right now.
You can push with overclock here. It's deprotected.
Savior's got it solved. I shall take your light. The life shall be cut from you.
You weren't kidding about needing rotate points.
And I would say that be careful with how you spend them from that point, because it's buff itself and it's going to be extra annoying right now.
Okay. That. No, the music changed.
It's like, yeah, you're heading to the final. But you're seeing what I mean with learning to guard, right?
You shall return to nothingness.
Oh, fuck.
That's why I told you, yeah.
You want to be saved.
Well,
The end is close.
lot of trouble with this one. I actually wipe a couple of times.
Might as well. Fate is what it is.
I hate chocobo eaters.
They are pretty annoying.
Like, I prefer to fight the Earth Eaters, even though their debuffs are annoying as fuck. But these things with haste, I hate them.
Keep up if you can. You shall return to nothingness.
All my explosions.
Go to hell. Nothing to speak of.
But no wipes, that's good.
Almost. Glad I had a rise, Jesus. No!
Forgive me. I couldn't do it. I couldn't save your friends. I can do this. Let me pray for them. It's no substitute for salvation. But at the very least, perhaps I can give them peace. Odin! My friend, you have to know, I am powerless. I couldn't save all the souls who yearned for salvation. With each failure, I grew more despondent. But even in my despair, I kept fighting. The bond we had, it transcended centuries. No matter how much we changed, I always felt your strength. Even in my darkest hours, you made me strong.
Damn, that was sad, but also... What? What is she?
I haven't given up. Don't worry.
Choco Xander got away. Chocobo.
Now you can do whatever you want, basically. And I feel that we'll end up having to burn days through the inside. It always happens. Always have to burn like a couple of days in the ends, no matter if I try to expand the days. It's because I managed at this point I know how to plan the quest. Clearing the quest like in 8-9 days. That's
Begin the long quest of killing every flan. All of them, every single one.
I mean, there comes a point in which.
So if you just extinct all the monsters, do they just not show up anymore?
Not sure anymore. Yeah, you can reach eventually if you're you're powerful enough. You can reach eventually a point in which there's no spawns in the map.
Wow.
I mean, it takes a certain number of reruns, but I've been there, and and it really hammers the fact that it's the end of the world.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the kid we made cry.
Luca, whose quest is actually really important.
Yeah, because everyone's going through this. It's not just Hope.
Really, it's different.
It is different, but it's interesting that it's so widespread. Not just Hope. Hope it just has it to a way further degree because of whatever happened. Oh.
So if you want to do the run over Nova Chrysalia, you can start with Luxurion and then take the road from the graveyard.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We're gonna run across the world.
What's left of it, anyway.
That's the whole world. It's all it's
Hope. It's as if you were doing a tour on Norbrand.
Yep. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Have finally stopped.
The residents of the Warren should be driven out of the City of Light immediately.
Time, but the game will pause on its own anyway in a minute.
I'm back.
Yeah, I was saying that this is one way to burn away time, but the game has a feature that if there's no if a minute passes and there's not been no input, it automatically goes pauses. So
Oh, well, that's convenient.
I mean, in a time-based game, it's kind of imagine something comes up and you're just
No, my wife's sister just got engaged.
oh, congratulations, I
Yes.
guess, for your
She's
sister.
very happy. My wife is screaming,
Oh,
which
so
is
that's
good
why-
because he's a really good guy, and
that's
we're really happy.
The grave. You can enter the grave. This way.
Yeah, no, good news. Yes, I'm also glad it was good news. I just heard her screaming. I was like, "What?" What is
You can
happening?
tell. You can tell your wife, by the way, that PayPal for some reason took like 4 days to cover the invoice payment, but now it's done. So
Oh, okay, awesome.
yeah.
I will let her know. No, you might want to elaborate a little bit on that so people know what you're talking about.
It's just I commissioned Cope's wife to get myself Line Returns Hope scarf. I've been after that for so many years, and coming fall. I mean, now that it's fall and coming winter, I'm going to every time I go out of my place, I'm going to wear the damn thing.
What the hell is that? Dragons.
Yeah, yeah.
Dragons and shit.
Sometimes Rhapsodic, it scares me. I have to say.
You might say that Meowth one day hopes to be Hope.
Like, no, I mean, in one hand, I sometimes wonder if, now speaking seriously, kind of, I've spent so many years of my life deep diving into his character in particular, that at some point I wonder how much I ended up influenced by his character myself. I don't know if it's something that may happen. I think it's logical that sometimes it gets a bit scary.
So I gotta ask, because it's interesting, what is still powering these lights? Is it plugged into the Luxurian power grid? Did they add these parts on the side after? Because that doesn't look like something Academia would have put up.
No, this is all post flood, if you want. Infusion is the proper word here. It's the Great Infusion, but these things were built. Any structures you see in Nova Chrysalia that they're not ruins, that they're like post whatever constructions. Everything is the work of Falsi Pandemonium.
Ah, okay.
Including the cities. Luxerion and Yuznan were built by Falsi Pandemonium. Or more accurately, they were sort of woven through chaos, because Pandemonium uses the chaos as chaos is like raw, the energy of creation as well as the source of magic.
Right.
So Pandemonium processes it and it into material things, so to speak. So that's how Luxerion and Yuznan came to be, and every other structure that you see around here.
Okay.
That's evidently a different architecture style than Paul's or the Age of Academia, of course.
Right.
Or the ruins in the desert. Okay, so now you come from Luxerion to the Wildlands.
I see. Where's my Odin bow? Wow, that behemoth was very British.
Falsi Pandemonium is it's rather mysterious, to be fair. Like, we don't know if it's even a Pulse Falsi or a Cocoonium Falsi, for that matter, or what kind of Falsi it is at all. We only know that it's the last one that it's active by the time of Nova Chrysalia.
I would almost, based on what I have seen, venture a guess that it is a cocoon fallacy.
So here's the thing. I mean, at this point, it's kind of difficult to say, but there's a fundamental difference between Cocoonium Falsi and Pulse Falsi. It's more in episode 0, Frank and Vanille comment on this difference in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like Cocoonium Falsi, for the most part, they interact with people more. Like, for example, Eden is like a direct proxy. And between, it's like the intermediate, like it was the intermediary between the Sanctum and the Fal'Cie, so to speak.
Right.
But like in the Sunlit Waterscape, there was another Fal'Cie there that communicated with the researchers in occasion. That was Fal'Cie Criada in the Uri de Gorge. So they were more about interacting with people. And Pulse Fal'Cie, they don't.
Right.
Some of them were like honored by a city-state, like for example Anima in Urba, or the Fal'Cie in the Padran ruins, which allows for easier projection
look at that chaos. Holy shit.
Yes. Now you see the overlapping seas.
Hello.
And
how are you, Lamberley?
oh, hey, Lamberley.
Yes, we were talking about the Fal'Cie, difference between Pulse and Cocoon Fal'Cie.
Yeah, so the Pulse Fal'Cie, they do their thing, and they hardly interact with people. Like you can talk with them if you need to, like the trials with Fal'Cie Titan. Then Titan speaks with the crew and all that,
Right.
And stuff. But for the most part, they just keep to themselves. They do their thing, and if someone is unfortunate enough to be caught in their path, then sucks to be you.
Yeah, and that's why I really lean towards it being a Cocoon Fal'Cie, though, because people would have to tell it, we need these materials, we need this food. It wouldn't just do it on its own.
But that's the thing, because Fal'Cie Pandemonium doesn't interact with anyone, does its own thing, and whatever Fal'Cie Pandemonium does, humans take it because they otherwise they don't have anything.
Right.
That's why the conversations in Yusnan were important. Like even the food, like in the wildlands, the people grow their own food, but they're a minority. Most people eat processed food from the chaos, the chaos meal that we discussed.
Have a good day at work, Lamberley.
Have a good day.
That makes sense.
So,
but it's just like me wondering, how would it know so precisely what people need? Like, why is it spitting out food instead of, like, I don't know, oil?
I mean, Fal'Cie may not be precisely bright when it comes to how humans feel, but they're not Fal'Cie.
Yeah,
either.
but I mean, like, why does it matter to Pandemonium that humans are alive at all? Like, why would it feel any kind of compulsion to help them if it wasn't?
In this situation, it's more like more probable that it received a direct order from Universal. Like, he's not the only Fal'Cie he's created technically are Pulse, Lindsay, and Etru, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have power over his kin, of course. Well, kin. He's not exactly a Fal'Cie.
He's a Fal'Cie.
It's difficult to describe exactly what Bunibelso is. Like, the render. You've seen his render. That's not even exactly his proper form. His proper form is that of a crystal. It's just the form he takes is more like his chosen envelope, if you want to say it. But the thing, it's a recurrent theme with the gods and the Fal'Cie, that their true selves is like a crystal core. The other parts are basically like, it's like if you want to call it, like, they're mechanical for a reason. They look mechanical for a reason. They're like, you notice that most of the issues that Fal'Cie and the gods have about humans is that they fail to understand human I'm not going to say logic because the real issue they have is with their emotions, which is the usual thing. It's like the usual. I mean, it's all over the place in the sci-fi sphere about robots failing to understand or getting the glitch that emotions are, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem with false. Well, problem. It's like the gulf between two species that the falsi just don't that they sometimes. Well, not sometimes. They tend to act in a way that they think it's the logical course, but from their point of view, in terms that they don't account for human suffering, so to speak, because they don't understand human suffering in the first place, which is not a matter of being good or evil. It's just like you could say they're jerks, but
they don't understand it.
They don't understand it. They try to take. It's like Etro. Etro is a falsi in the end, even though the benevolence of the god is blah blah blah. You see what happens. She thought she was being merciful and being kind to Caius when she gave him her immortal heart, and look where that ended.
Yeah, and then humans killed her.
Yeah. So.
What? So is that?
Don't touch it. It's like one of the final extra bosses.
Got it.
Don't touch it.
So it's a what do they call it?
So
ultra secret ultra bosses. Is the Ocean of Chaos actually getting closer every day?
I mean, I haven't paused to make measurements myself, but I wouldn't be surprised considering that in-game the Yggdrasil changes every day.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't put past them, and it's explicitly said that Dead Dunes are the ones more susceptible to the Sea of Chaos. So I wouldn't put past them.
Because like it's up to the rocks now, and it wasn't there before.
I would have to check previous streams, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, considering this game's attention to the scenery, I wouldn't put past them.
There's something floating out there, and I'm really curious what it is. It's just like floating over the water.
Yeah, I mean, it could be remaining pockets of land in the Sea of Chaos. I mean.
Well, I mean, it's like it's right on the ring. It's just floating in the middle of the air.
Oh, okay.
Like you can barely see it. I don't know. Could be a bird or something. Maybe if I go on.
Could be.
The Skyway, I'll get a better look at it. Yeah. Clearly Pandemonium just ate the corpses of all the other Falsi and absorbed their focus. The bodies had to go somewhere.
I mean, I would say that most of the Falsi anyways are right now, considering the how small the region Nova Chrysalia is. Like you can imagine Nova Chrysalia's scale. You can walk the entire world in a day, or what remains of the world in a day.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing it right now.
Exactly. So yeah, it's like most of them are likely lost to the Sea of Chaos right now.
Man, that must have been really confusing for them. Although I'm really curious. Most of the Cocoon Falsi shut down after.
Yeah, but that's because they were linked to Orphan, and when Orphan was killed, they basically lost their battery, so to speak.
Yeah, I like to think that Fenrir got eaten. Oh, fuck.
I don't plan on losing.
Oh well.
Rip.
I mean, you can escape if you want. It's just a lizard. Shouldn't be as annoying as other thing.
And I can use overclock. It's in the chaos.
Yeah.
Savior's got a job.
Yeah. So when it comes to good and evil in the trilogy, it's
complicated. Like, so I haven't really encountered anything evil in the trilogy.
Yeah.
Like, not even, and like even in the first video I put out, it's like they're not really evil. They're just doing what they are. They're just trying to achieve their goals within the confines of their programming, for lack of a better term.
Programming is a good term to use, considering how Bartholomew and Nerva fused with Orphan said, "Oh fuck."
I want to get out of here. All right, now I'm gonna run. Let's see.
Yeah.
There we go. Escape.
Yeah. So I was going to say, So Bartholomew and Nerva, when fused with Orphan, they explained this themselves. As for why Falsi choose the sea. The Falsi are very powerful, of course, but they're given limitless power.
Right.
Sorry, limited power to achieve. They're designed for a task, and they're given the power required for that task, and they're chained to that task. They can't escape that directive. They need the sea because humans can do stuff they can't.
Yep.
Because of their free will and because of their dreams and aspirations. Which again brings me to that. I think it was it a novel or was it a movie? The thing about do androids dream? And it's like if you're a robot, basically, can you actually?
That was do androids dream of electric sheep?
That one, yeah. Sorry.
Blade Runner, basically.
Blade Runner, yeah. So it brings me to that, and I was going to say if, and I was like, it comes back to a theme of hope. In terms, I'm going to the noun, not him, but.
Oh, he's a noun too, so.
Yeah.
All the power in the world to open a particular door. No other door, just that one.
Yeah, and it's that. This is one of the reasons Endwalker made me scream.
That's a great comparison. Phenomenal cosmic power. Yay, to focus. Love it. I love Aladdin.
So yeah, the thing is, I was saying, it basically when Endwalker came and the whole themes were at this, and I was just hammered like constantly about the theme on the nature of hope, and that actually gave me more insight to analyze his character, being his character what is, of course. Though then again, his character is just more complex than being. I don't want to say he's an incarnation of hope, because that defies also his character as well. It's kind of complicated.
Oh my god, we did it! We're here. We're in Houston.
Yeah. You walked the entire world. Congratulations.
I am surprised it's not a circle.
Right. It's almost time to transport you back to the Ark to recalibrate the time distortion.
But that's cool that it's all one seamless world. I really like that. I had the impression that it wasn't for some reason, but I think it's really cool that it is.
Yeah, it's just that you can only unlock the entire seamless world until it's day 7, day 8, more or less. It's because the high roads are teeming with strong monsters, so basically they keep you until you can take on the monsters.
Yeah, and that's fine.
So now you can basically wait for this day to end because it's 5 a.m. And I think after that it's time to burn the days in the inns.
Yeah. killed all the skeletons. Wow, you weren't kidding about a shorter stream. We're almost there.
But then again, there's going to be stuff to discuss after we burn away the day, so don't worry.
So we'll get to the start of the final day, I assume.
Yeah. And the idea basically is that get to the arc by the not descend, just stay in the arc, and next day descend.
Rhapsodic. This world has 14 1.0 seamless zones where they're long as fuck, loading tunnels between each area. But you know, that's something I really appreciated about World of Warcraft and 1.0, because it made the world feel appropriately large. So
yeah, except in World of Warcraft you could basically make yourself dinner while you're traveling from A to B.
It took like 15 minutes, but you know what? I never minded it.
Don't be alarmed when the teleportation process starts.
And it
can be quite
made it feel nice when you had to run across it.
Fortifying brews.
Let me in.
Perfect for warriors and bounty hunters.
Now I'm a white mage. I'm the white mage cashier. Get out of here. She's like, okay, whatever. This is it. This is where we're gonna end the day.
Yeah, and basically, so you're basically staying Yuznan for burning days.
Yeah.
Okay. Last time I did in my end in Luxurian.
Whew. Well, that was a weird camera. One of these days when we get an engine update, I hope they recombine some of the areas in areas. That would be really nice. I would also really like to get some of the areas that they cut out. Like the Western Shroud, which is just a wasteland.
Oh.
Ooh, thingies. The plant's done. You don't need to feed it anything more.
Yeah.
Let life still linger, if only for one more day.
Nope. Plant says no.
No.
This is what happens when you feed your plants Brondo instead of water.
Good to see you again.
Fair.
Alright. Yeah. Be rest assured. What gifts do you have for me? Martial Monk. Oops. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna save.
Garb.
This is the final carb? He doesn't have anything for me at day 12?
He gives you an upgraded version of the 3 initial garbs, include Equilibrium.
That's kind of cool. It's kind of a vinyl-y Bruce Lee.
It's basically, yeah, that's it because it's the monk job garb. It's based on Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
and the whirlwind kick, the punt, it becomes a whirlwind kick. It's entirely a Bruce Lee shot out. Yeah.
Welcome, valued customer. Oh yeah, I gotta restock on my things. Ooh, new topics of conversation, maybe?
Light, do you understand your role now? You must lift the shackles that bind people's hearts and
Not
save
this
their
day.
souls. The more souls you save, the more Aradia you can harvest. That is...
Well, we've already bought the world all the time it needs.
Hey, Ayumi, I see you in chat. Hello.
Hey, Yumi, what's up? What the fuck shitty game are we playing this week? The same one. We killed
Same
the
as
Skeleton
yours.
King, though. We killed the Skeleton King.
We killed the skeleton.
Yeah, all the skeletons are extinct now. Nobody has a skeleton anymore. It's great. The final boss was Lightning Skeleton, and it was pink, and we killed it. Alright, so now I guess we go down to the planet and just waste a day.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're gonna go...
Wherever you want that has an inn.
Yeah, I think Luxurian's North Station would be the closest.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's dead, Ayumi. I'm sorry. You know, for a second, I was like, what the hell does Jack Skellington have to do with Kingdom Hearts? And I was like, oh, right. Yeah, back when it was... Oh.
Finally! It's rude to keep people waiting. This girl, she's got something she wants to ask.
What girl? Are you talking about that shadow?
Yep, and guess what? It's someone you know. Okay, you can come out.
You'll never guess who it is.
There are people here. They want to see you. All your friends. Huh? Hold on. What's going on? Oh, did you see that? They want to lend a helping hand, but you're too far. Even though they know what you're really feeling, what you need, they can't do anything for you.
I'm not looking for help from anybody.
Of course you aren't. You're God's hand-picked savior, right? You don't need friends, or even family. That's why you can't find Sarah anymore.
Whatever.
Listen, you are the savior. You must gather the souls that still walk upon this dying world, and lead them to a new world of salvation. But your sister's soul is invisible to you. And if you cannot see her, you cannot save her. You must ask yourself, if it means saving Sarah, will you fight God? One human does not have the power to defeat Benevelza. He is all-powerful.
Then I'll find another power. Something beyond me, whatever it takes, even if it kills me as well.
You cannot save anyone. Not even Sarah. Not as you are. Because first, you have to save yourself. You should listen to her. She always tells the truth.
Right, not like you. But she's telling me that I'm missing something.
No shit.
Yeah. Haven't you figured it out? I swear, sometimes I lose my faith in you. You don't even know the first thing about your own soul, but you think you can fight God himself. I don't think I've ever met anyone so dense.
If you know it all, then tell me. What is it I'm missing?
It doesn't work like that. It doesn't mean a thing if you can't figure it out on your own.
I have to save myself. But how?
So I'm just really confused. Because everyone's like, you gotta kill God. But why? Because you gotta kill God. Because this is a Final Fantasy game.
Light, can you hear me? Are you hurt?
It's alright. I'm fine.
But...
Look, I said I'm fine. Now just drop it, alright?
If you're sure. But you will tell me if something is wrong, won't you, Light?
Yes, so he can enact his plan. His evil plan to save the world. Yeah, killing God in my Final Fantasy? Hope is acting like a clingy boyfriend.
It's sad anyways, because he tries to reach out and Lightning just... being dense as she is, it just... well, you know.
Yep.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Public Morals Office of the Order of Salvation. Please pray and thank Almighty God.
So, before you want to go into the inn, you have any thoughts on the cutscene?
Yeah, several. So, interesting that
First, one thing. You were correct, because you were saying the other day, I think it's something that Lightning has to figure it out yourself. Now Lumina said it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's interesting that what she's missing, though, is what's preventing her from seeing Sarah, and it makes me wonder, if she can't see Sarah, who else can't she see? And I don't know, it's just really interesting that she's in danger of losing her sister because of whatever it is. And I don't think it's something that was done intentionally. I think it's just this was the result of whatever happened. And she developed a blind spot because of it. And I don't remember because I was so trying to figure out what was going on in the cutscene and a little bit confused. I don't remember if Hope was among the ones that were there, was he?
Yes, he is.
He is, okay. Good. But it was them as they are now.
But one thing I want to point out, that just a reminder, this is since the dark side of the arc, if you want to call it, that's actually Lightning's spirit or heart.
Right.
So the only entities you see there are related to the chaos or to the spiritual.
Okay.
Or they're not tangible entities, only Lightning if you want to call it, but they're not... it's not a physical plane.
Right.
It's like, but the arc itself is kind of weird because you get these cutscenes. I think I explained it the other day on the in the thread. The arc is kind of it's already a dimensionally fucked up place in a dimensionally fucked up world. So the arc has like different sort of like layer planes. Like you remember some of the cutscenes with Lumina and Sarah that Hope is not there. It's because Lightning is a different in a different mid space than the top one, which would be where.
Did you say
Hope
meat
is.
space?
No, mid space.
Oh, mid space.
Yeah,
okay, I'm gonna call it meat space now.
So the dimension, the dimension where she speaks, so because you remember that when traveling between the arc and the surface, you don't usually see it, but in some cutscenes you see it's the Historia Crux, and the Historia Crux is pretty fucked up. As you see, it's not golden and shiny anymore.
Nope, it's gray
just
and dull.
gray and dull.
Thanks,
but
Etro.
it's still thanks, Etro. It's still the Historia Crux, and the Historia Crux is it's kind of the passageway between the unseen realm and the physical realm. So many sort of things or weird things can happen there. So if you take the arc, which is already a separate space within an already fucked space, that thing can happen. So there's that. So when Lightning finds herself in that space, it's kind of a intra-space in the arc that's just manifesting from her own spirit or heart, if you want to call it. That's why physical things don't manifest in this and in this space, and that's why Bunibelsi can't see it, because it's related to the spiritual. There, just a reminder. Yeah. That's why you see Yule there. Yule is part of the chaos. Lumina, of course, is related to the chaos. So, any entity you see there, it's because it's in a spiritual state, so to speak.
Yeah. We live in a meat-only space now that the skeletons. Facts. So, if there's a meat space, does that imply the existence of milk space and salad space?
Oh, great. Shit that happens because of my stupid accent. Great. now I'm going to brood in the corner.
Oh. Please don't. I mean, I wouldn't have latched onto it if it wasn't an apt descriptor. Because you know, it said meat space. It was like, oh, what is like that short that I posted in the chat in the Discord like months ago, where it's like, oh, they're made of meat. It's like, and I just think Buenavel's thinking, well, this meat's got something going on inside it. I can't see it, so I'm just gonna call it meat space.
To be fair, to describe the arc layered nature, I drew inspiration from your video on the sundering and the overlapped shards. So I thought it was a very great analogy to describe how the arc works.
That's fair. That works. But that makes me wonder if we're not actually translocating locations to go up to the big planet in the sky. That maybe we're going somewhere else, not necessarily there.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay.
Require a room?
Okay.
So let's burn today.
Mm-hmm.
The end. Lightning overslept and the world ended.
Even if lightning overslept, Hope would have just teleported her.
Yep.
Just, okay, I'm going to teleport you into the couch.
What I think is interesting is that, you know, you stay at the inn for 24 hours, but Lightning doesn't sleep. So what's she doing in the inn for 24 hours?
I mean, I guess she can sleep if she wants. She just doesn't need it.
Does anyone? Well, I mean, we've seen people sleep, yeah. Painting our nails. Oh my god. The hero, the legend. The man of the people.
That was once a man's name, but now it means nothing. His soul has dissolved into the swirl of chaos. I take his form as a convenience, but I'm no more than a puppet.
Alright, so who's pulling your strings? Buenavelza?
No, not God. I am the voice of many, of the countless multitude who call chaos home. I am the speaker for the dead.
Hey, you need to talk to Vanille.
Tell me, Savior, do you know the ritual they call Soul Song?
Vanille is planning to perform it at the cathedral. She says it'll release the dead from their suffering. I guess that means you.
Vanille has been misled. There is a truth she cannot see. A truth that lies within the unseen realm.
No shit.
What do you mean? What truth?
You do not understand the role of chaos.
Huh?
The chaos will drown this world, but it's also the key to our humanity. When we die, we return to it. But only for a short time. When a man dies, his soul melts into the chaos, but the idea of it, of him, survives intact. And then he is reborn anew and returns to the living world. An unseen power exists in all of us. It's the chaos that we carry in our hearts.
Our souls are made out of the chaos, which is why they return to it when we die. But they survive there, waiting for a new body, which means you could be reborn in the new world.
If the Sacred One shows us the way, she is the only one who can tell us what to do. She has the power to guide us into the future, where we can live again.
She can do what I can't. Vanille can bring salvation to
Not
the
her,
dead.
you idiot.
Yes, but she doesn't know
okay.
what she is capable of. The Order has kept the truth from her.
Why would they lie to her? They preach salvation.
Only for the living. The Soul Song will destroy us and make you forget we ever existed. Murder on a grand scale.
You want me to stop her, right?
Yes. And then you must tell her what her real power is, so she can lead us to salvation.
Is this what you all want?
It is, but it is not God's will. If you answer our prayer, it will mean defying Benevelza. Those who try to defy the gods end up controlled by them and are destroyed in the end. Like Sid Raines.
I remember Raines fought for humanity and he was killed for it, but the spirit that drove him to stand up to the tyranny of the gods didn't die. I kept it with me. Chaos is in all of us. It's the stuff our souls are made of, and it's the reason that the dead live on in our hearts and minds.
Yes, the chaos unites humanity, a thread woven through all our lives, and it's a power God cannot see. Its potential is limitless, and that makes it more powerful than he is.
But now you're gonna tell me that it's nearly impossible to tap into. Am I right?
Yet it is possible. No one can control the chaos. If you want to make the power yours, you must have the help of those who are inside it. You know what needs to be done. You know whose soul you have to find.
You mean Sarah? Are you saying I'll be able to reach her?
You must. With the chaos, anything is possible. Find the invisible bonds that unite us across life and death. Do that, and you will have all the power you need.
Become a chaos monster.
Chaos. It was the key to defeating God. If I wanted to use it, I needed Sarah's help. But Sarah, how can I make you hear me? I reach out with every fiber of my being, but is it enough? Can I do more? If I throw myself into the abyss, if I cry out to you, will you hear me, Sarah? Will you answer?
Wow, I almost titled this episode Into the Abyss.
Hold the world aloft. Give me another day.
Okay, you get one more.
Good to see you again.
So that's interesting. So Benevelza's plans to take the souls of the living, not the souls of the dead.
Mm-hmm.
And Sid was pretty much like, hey, the dead can go just as easily as the living, someone just needs to show them how. And it's possible that Benevelza just doesn't understand how the cycle works, because he wasn't around for it. Oh, good. All right, Hope.
Light, the end is almost here. One more
Right,
day,
indeed.
and then the destruction of the world will be complete.
Right. And there's no way I can delay it any longer.
No, this is it. You can still carry out your mission as the Savior, but today is your last chance. Tomorrow in the cathedral, Vanille will perform the soul song for the Order, the final rites, when the souls of the dead will be released from their torment and returned to oblivion. And when the clock strikes the hour, it'll mark the end of everything.
It's an ending that not even God has the power to stop.
Alright, I'm going to start with 3 and then go to 4.
Hope, tell me something. You said that the souls of the dead return to the chaos, right? If that's true, then that's where Sarah must be. Her soul is lost out there in the chaos somewhere.
For God, the chaos is an unseen realm. He cannot see inside. And so it follows that he doesn't have the power to find her as long as she is in the chaos. But he can do something else. He can make her anew.
But then how can she be the real Sarah? The one I know?
She won't be.
Well, don't you trust him? It's true that even with all his power, God cannot extract Sarah's soul from the chaos. But there is another place he might find it. He could take her soul from inside of you.
Which you already did.
How would... You're just making things up now.
You always found it hard to trust people. What chance does God have? Look, I'm not saying you will, but if you do decide to turn against him, you should know that I'll always stand with you. You trust me, don't you?
Well, that was weird.
It just seems like
I'm respecting your wishes to
Thank you.
let you.
I've encountered more than a few ghosts from the past now, talked to souls from the chaos even, but I'm still no closer to finding Sarah. Not even a hint.
I don't know, but perhaps you've done everything you can. Maybe you could have found her already, but something is keeping her from talking to you.
Like she doesn't want to see me? Is that what you're saying?
Of course I don't think that's the case. But it's possible. Perhaps it's because you're too close to each other.
You mean she's out there and can talk to other people, but not me? Tell you what, why don't you go out there and look for her in my place?
I'd like to help, Light, but I can't leave the Ark. How about this? If I happen to die before you do, for whatever reason, I'll make you a promise. I'll try to find her in the chaos. And when I do, I'll find some way for you two to be together again.
Also weird, but this one's bothering
tell
me.
me something. You said that the souls of the dead return to the chaos, right? If that's true, then that's where Sarah must be. Her soul is lost out there in the chaos somewhere.
For God, the chaos is an unseen realm. He cannot see inside. And so it follows that he doesn't have the power to find her as long as she is in the chaos. But he can do something else. He can make her anew.
But then how can she be the real Sarah? The one I know?
Well, don't you trust him? It's true that even with all his power, God cannot extract Sarah's soul from the chaos. But there is another place he might find it. He could take her soul from inside of you.
How would... You're just making things up now.
You always found it hard to trust people. What chance does God have? Look, I'm not saying you will, but if you do decide to turn against him, you should know that I'll always stand with you. You trust me, don't you?
It's really weird how he didn't address the question at all. Trust my barber. Yeah, exactly. He
Like,
just
when I... Like,
he just lays out a bunch
Go
of
ahead.
hypotheticals, and then he's like, well, he pretty much laid out that if what Lumina said was true and Sarah's soul was inside Lightning and it was removed, then like he can just make her anew. But if her soul did get put into the chaos with the others, then he would have no idea where it is. And so now there's no guarantee that... Okay, so because God doesn't understand the spark, I'm going to call it the spirit, he can remake Sarah's soul, and he can remake her body, but he can't remake her heart, her spirit. And so even though to God, or Bunny Velvet, he will be fulfilling his end of the bargain, Lightning's end of the bargain will not be fulfilled. Okay, you can go, Mouth.
it all comes down to what I said the other day, and you described it very well yourself. Hypotheticals.
Mm-hmm.
Hope, how Hope can masterfully weave a conversation the way he wants, and that, of course, he knows more than he lets on. But this has been going on for the entirety of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point, I doubt it's comes as a surprise for you. When Hope asks a question, it's not because it's not because he doesn't know the answer.
No,
it's because he's doing it for the same reason contradict me if I'm wrong, but when he was telling you this conversation, weren't you feeling as if your brain was being picked, like as in it's making you think?
And not so much that, it's like you're speaking from Lightning's point of view, you're focused on this one thing, and Hope is like, look at this thing over here, think about this, think about how this can happen, and think about that, and then think about things adjacent to that. I can't tell you what it is, probably now, because what Lumina said, if Lightning doesn't figure it out for herself, then it's not gonna work, and if he tells her, then he's pretty much condemning it not to work. So he's like, look at this, think about this, stop thinking about this thing you're looking at, think about it this way. And then Lightning is very dense and is like, you do it. And he's like, no.
He doesn't need to. He knows the answer. It's the problem that Lightning doesn't get the answer.
Yeah.
And Lightning over... we could say that Lightning over relies on Hope on break it down for me.
Yeah, Lightning is not the brains of the operation. She's not dumb, but she is the sledgehammer.
And she is very tunnel vision. So that's the thing.
Yeah, she is focused on one aspect of her sister, and she's missing the bigger picture, which is probably something that Bunny Velvet does not realize, and probably isn't even aware that it.
Considering her levels of tunnel vision, it could be entirely something that's in her face, and she just doesn't realize it.
Yeah. More than likely
so
it
there's
is.
That.
And it's probably one of those things that once... Yeah, stop chasing the squirrel's light. The frisbee is over there. Exactly. Exactly. I think of... Yeah. Squirrel! But I feel like owing to Bunny Velvet's misunderstanding of what makes up humanity, he's probably on a completely different page than Hope and Lightning. What I don't get is why everyone's still talking about killing God. Because don't they need him to make the new world? Like I get it. He's just planning to ferry the souls of the living over there. But he's asleep, yeah? Why can't you just do both? It's something to think about, but there's definitely both Hope and Lumina. I'm more convinced than ever they are on the same side. They are trying to point Lightning in the same direction using very different methods, and they have to do that because Lightning is too dense to pick it up on her own. And it's probably one of those things where once I realize what it is, I'm going to go back and everything's just going to click into place, and it's going to be like, oh, because I'm really dense too, and I don't know what it is.
How dare you say you're dense? Anyway, but
Lightning caught the stick, but it's actually a car bumper. Such an overstatement.
So about the about the final fourth conversation, do you have any points you want to raise?
Let me watch it again. Actually.
Okay.
It just seems like the more I search, the further away I get from finding her. I've encountered more than a few ghosts from the past now, talked to souls from the chaos even, but I'm still no closer to finding Sarah. Not even a hint.
I don't know, but perhaps you've done everything you can. Maybe you could have found her already, but something is keeping her from talking to you.
Like she doesn't want to see me? Is that what you're saying?
Of course I don't think that's the case. But it's possible. Perhaps it's because you're too close to each other.
Huh.
You mean she's out there and can talk to other people, but not me? Tell you what, why don't you go out there and look for her in my place?
I'd like to help, Light, but I can't leave the Ark. How about this? If I happen to die before you do, for whatever reason, I'll make you a promise. I'll try to find her in the chaos. And when I
No,
do,
this is just
I'll find
nonsense.
some way for you two to be together again.
So this brought up a good question in my mind. So this whole time, Lightning has been running around, collecting souls by helping people achieve what they want. But I don't think Lightning has ever once stopped and asked herself, what does she want? Like, not for her sister, what does she want for her?
Mm-hmm.
And since the first game, I don't think she's ever stopped to just ask herself that. And it's not something anyone can tell her. It's something she has to find out for herself. Because, you know, no one can tell you what you want. Yeah, forget this game. She hasn't throughout the trilogy. Yeah, that's what I mean. Since the very first game. Exactly. And so it's like, well, how can you help other people if you can't even help yourself? Yeah, Queen of Blind Spots. Exactly. So it's like she has lost touch with her chaos, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could say it with your touch with your... I can't speak today. With your own selfishness. Even though selfishness is not, it's not the word.
No, it's not.
But there's a difference between paying attention to your individual self and having entirely no regard for your individual self. That's like so yeah, that's like
yeah. I've not seen the Notebook, Ayumi, so I don't know. But yeah, it just is interesting. So if she doesn't even know what she wants beyond, you know, her sister Sarah, who she's pretty much just done everything for her, but she's never been able to be so introspective to just stop and breathe and look around. And I feel like if she did that, even for a second, she would be able to get in touch with Sarah. So you don't have to go kill God. You just take a coffee break, sit down. Never seen Lightning sit down either, except for in that chair, but that's a still. And then, well, I guess she got like 500 years of sitting out of the way. But I'm not going to count that. But okay. It strikes me as, you know, everyone's trying to help Lightning figure out what she really wants throughout the whole game. So everyone who's trying to reach her is trying to help her figure out what she wants and help her. Because she has been helping people figure out what they want and helping them get it. But she won't let anyone help her. And so it's really... Yeah, she sat on the bird train. But when I'm in control of Lightning, she never just sits the fuck down. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with this. Now, the whole plot with God and everything... Well, of course we're going to fight God. It's a Final Fantasy game. And in Hope's house. Fair. Okay, she sat down in Hope's house. And then Bartholomew was like, "You go, son." Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. And then Hope threw the craziest house party anyone's ever seen. Literally blew the roof off the house. And his dad was like, "My son is going places." It's not too soon.
Okay, go on.
So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Okay.
It's just that Lightning doesn't know herself. And yeah, she's got this power, but if she really took a moment to just stop and think about herself, she would realize what she can do with it.
What she truly wants for herself.
Yeah, exactly. So in that way, yeah, she hasn't really fully developed, because I think we're going to find out what she wants for herself. I mean, obviously the answer is she wants to be a Louis Vuitton model and drive cars. Yeah, she just wants to be a fashion icon.
And
Which Hope is trying to help her do by giving her all these outfits.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding about that.
But I mean, the thing is that all too often that which really means to people, you only realize when you lose it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of. I mean, it's kind of the bane of human existence, so to speak.
See, Rhapsodic, exactly. Still saying that if Lumina is part of her soul, she's the age her parents died, which would be the age that she stopped thinking about herself and started thinking about her sister. Exactly.
Okay.
So my.
If you want to go down, and go with it.
Yeah. So when Lightning's parents died, her and her sister were pretty much orphaned, and she had to grow up real quick. And she basically tabled everything in order to take care of her sister. And she stopped thinking about herself. And I feel like Rhapsodic's absolutely right. That, this is... If Lumina is a part of her soul, which I thoroughly agree that Lumina is a part of Lightning's soul. I feel like that is almost like her inner child who has escaped and gotten free. Lightning character study game. And so she is trying to help Lightning. Hope is trying to help Lightning. But basically, because she had to grow up so fast, she didn't ever get a chance to really think about what she wanted. And Sarah did. And Sarah went after what she wanted. She wanted to be married to Hope, or not.
Just know what you mean.
She wanted to be married to Hope, settled for Snow, and then ran off with her boyfriend from the future. Got hugged by a time skip Hope, who realized it was the wrong sister, and then died. Yeah, exactly. Wrong sister.
Not hard, the hands, but
Yeah.
Yeah. Wrong foreign sister moment.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. So Sarah knows what she wants, but because Lightning is pretty much not in touch with herself or really her chaos, she's not in touch with her chaos. So how can she interact with the chaos or her sister? Who, I mean, they're the chaos. So how can she perceive it if she has no connection to it? Right now, she's pretty much the same as Bunny Velvet. Which is funny that Hope says, "Oh, if I die before you, I'll jump into the chaos," because I don't think he's particularly in touch with his either.
Yeah, that's a way to put it.
So,
that's one way to put it.
So, like, the offer to jump into the chaos and find Lightning's sister is just like, that's why I said it was nonsense.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. At least we saved the Skeleton King and the people, but mostly the Skeleton King.
You can go back. You can go back to the surface.
Oh my god.
Alright,
this is gonna be the last one?
Yeah. Kind of. Go.
Okay. Here we go, the final day. Oh.
It really feels like the end now. Soon it'll be over.
It's been dying for 500 years.
I wasn't talking about the world.
Then what?
Never mind. Time is short. Every minute's precious now. Let's not waste any.
What the fuck, Hope? Alright, into meat space we go. Okay then.
12th day.
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
This
Next one.
broadcast is
Oh.
brought to you by the Public
Burn it?
Morals Office of the Order
Yep.
of Salvation.
Okay.
Please pray and thank Almighty God for allowing us to see another dawn.
Yeah, that's a very I'm about to die line of you. It's like, soon it'll finally be over. What exactly are you talking about, Hope? No more days left. And of course our goal is to stop Vanille, which is what it should have been all along.
The end of the world.
I knew she was bad news right from the first game. That's it. Drusilla dead.
On this final day, please hear my last prayer.
The fuck? I haven't collected Radia in 2 days. Where did you pull that out from?
This is it. This is the true light of Yggdrasil.
Oh, look. It's a planet.
Good to see you again.
Wow.
It's actually 14 days till the end.
Wow. This game is mistitled. It's actually Final Fantasy XIV.
The thing is, you can only actually do it if you complete more than 60 side quests.
Oh. How many did we do?
Check.
63. So close. Should have done 6 more. So the planet came out of Yggdrasil. Yeah, Lightning Reborn. That's what we were joking about. The lightning just sleeps through. Fuck. Alright.
To hope.
I'm scared. Alright, let's go.
So it's day 13. That means the end of the world. That's what you said, right?
Yes, but something has changed. I don't quite understand it. The Tree of Life has borne more fruit, and it's glowing with a light that I've never seen before. I'm not sure, but I think this might be the lost time. We're getting it back, here at the end.
What do you mean?
Remember when I told you about the clocks? I told you how they only count to 12 instead of 13. There used to be 26 hours in a day.
But now there are only 24. 2 hours less. And the clocks changed when the chaos was unleashed. You think that the lost time still existed somewhere?
Yes, through a tear in the fabric of space-time, perhaps. But now it's come back, thanks to you. I think it was the excess Aradia that you harvested. Somehow, you accumulated so much that the distortion in the space-time was repaired, and we got back all those missing hours from the last 12 days.
That's 24 we didn't have. Which means we've been given a reprieve, one more day before God awakens and the final destruction begins. Just the one day. It's not a lot of time.
Yes, but it's enough for what I want you to do. I detected a previously unknown ruin deep in the Dead Dunes. Its appearance coincided with the return of the lost time.
Oh god, it's the time tombs!
Ask Hope to take you there, but you can't clear this on the first run. But
Okay.
I will give you the voice lines and the cutscenes so you can watch what happens here. So one thing here, this is, I can tell you, this is, for all Hope knows, this was kind of an unexpected development. But he's taking the chance for something.
Right.
As he's told you, I want you to do something.
Yeah, he
So this is-
he exposited a little too much, more so than normal, for him to have expected this.
Exactly. Very well. Okay, you can go there and take the first voice line, and then I will link the rest of them to you. Oh, and take those. Those are the upgrades for Equilibrium and the other
Dark Muse. Awesome.
Dark Muse and Miss Wizard. But you're using Equilibrium as of now. But now it's better, so you've got an upgraded Equilibrium.
Oh, it automatically upgraded. Cool.
Yep.
Awesome.
Okay. So, okay, so you can ask Hope to tell, okay.
The irradiated lightning gave forth from herself went beyond even what God had foreseen, giving rise to a distortion in time and reinstating the lost 13 hours. A day which never should have existed, now does, brought with it a place that does not belong in this dimension. In the extra day before the end, a mysterious new ruin has appeared in the dead dunes. The ultimate lair. My turn! Yes, for science. Hope seems to think that Lightning might learn some new truths by exploring these ruins. You can reach the ultimate lair from the new warp point that has appeared near the temple ruins east gates.
Link to you the voice lines in order. Just go there for now.
Okay. The ultimate lair is an unknown ruin born from a lost dimension. Ominous. In this place alone, time does not stop during battles. Oh, fun! You'll be able to reach the deepest levels within the limited amount of time you have available to you. Keep moving down, defeat the enemies, warp all last ones. Oh, so driving things to... If you drive everything to extinction, there won't be anything here.
Ultimate boss.
No. Alright, Hope, talk to me.
Space and time were both severely damaged when the lost hour came back. The hole created in space at that time, the figurative eye of the Chaos Storm, that is this labyrinth. It's thought to be a holy land, a place of God, beyond human imagining.
Maybe this is where God's hiding.
I wouldn't be surprised if that were to be true. There's more energy than I can explain. It's hard to even trust my sensors. Maybe it really is God.
You can understand a bit why. Now, don't bother. You can just leave the dungeon.
Okay.
Perhaps you can understand why Hope wanted you to come here. Even more incoming voice lines. You can return to Luxurian if you want for the final day. Of which, yeah, I do have this thing prepared here. Okay. Okay, so now you have the voice lines and you can check this entire arc.
Alright, let me...
No pun intended.
Right. Okay, so I'm gonna pause real quick. Countless monsters. So let's be the first one.
Yeah, they're in order. Yeah.
Such happy music.
It's playing your game
I know.
behind.
That's what I'm saying. Interesting.
I've got something. Legends, but better than nothing. The people of ancient times seem to have predicted the appearance of this labyrinth. According to legends left behind, they called it God's testing ground, where he experimented pitting new creations against one another in lethal battle.
Oh my god, it's Elvis.
The material he
I mean, it's an ancient place. It was probably created before humankind. Oh, good, the rejects.
They say that this labyrinth right here is where God labors to create new life. But not all his creations seem to be a success. This is where you'll find his failed subjects, grown wild and mad due to the force of the chaos.
Like us, humans are stained with the chaos that gives us our hearts and souls. That's the reason why we fight. Wild and mad, sometimes even turning on our maker.
I wonder if God was trying to make beasts similar to humans, with hearts and minds of their own, but without the state of Entro's touch.
No, that's not what he was trying to create. He wanted to make something better than humans, something much more powerful. A being that would possess chaos, and yet hold possibilities humans never had. At the heart of this hellish place should be the strongest beast of all, the closest God ever came to his perfect being.
Interesting. Lightning is so suspicious. The hell?
Suspicious, but it's because he knows what he wants from there.
For whatever reason,
Though
this
I
one's
guess
not going on top. Let me try it again. There we go.
You nearly reached the heart of the labyrinth. My readings are off the charts. There's no way to even quantify them.
The strongest being, brimming with chaos, the ultimate monster.
I don't understand. Why would he even make such a thing?
For God, we humans are nothing but tools.
It's Bonavel's yeah, Barthandelis' theme.
So what you're saying is that if God grows tired of us being troublesome, our replacements will be on the sidelines waiting to take our future.
Don't worry, I think I can take care of that. I'll destroy this ultimate creation of God's and prove to him just what we humans are capable of.
So, don't think that
the final boss is actually Sith. Well, final boss, the ultimate thing, that, and it makes sense in the it makes sense in context of understanding kind of a mindset of, well, the mindset sort of, and that's when you defeat the Sith.
They believe they are special, and that God loves them unconditionally. They believe he is looking out for them. Gods exist, all right, but they've got their own agenda. They sure did make this world and put people in it because they love us. They just wanted to create new tools.
But now those same tools have defeated the beast of God. With that victory, he is forced to recognize the strength of humanity.
He's asleep.
You yourself are the proof of humanity's promise and potential. You want a future for humanity.
Did it mean anything, though?
Hope is literally just paraphrasing everything Light says.
But the power I used to defeat the beast wasn't any kind of
He's more clear here, and his intentions about sending lightning here are clear.
Mm-hmm.
Are clear. He wanted this thing gone.
Yeah. But I feel like it's an incorrect assumption. Well, he had time, I guess. It just seems kind of.
Even if it was, lightning assumes many things and doesn't mean she is right, because
Right.
she's not the brains of this thing.
Yeah.
It's not she's dumb. It's just that she's got more like a more. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say she's short-sighted, but compared with Hope and his three-dimensional chess, then I mean, Hope is an unfair bar to put the riff.
Right.
but lighting things that way, Hope is more like even if this thing wasn't what Bunibelze was truly aiming for, the fact that there is the possibility, just the chance that this thing or these things may actually become a thing, nip it in the bud.
Right.
It's like we were discussing before about white mages, in which lightning destroys things, but the best mitigation is if the threat doesn't exist at all.
Right.
And that's we were joking earlier about this, but the truth is that Hope very much operates in this sort of mindset.
God damn, these things are strong as hell today.
13th day. So yeah, they are annoying.
But yeah, I think it's unreasonable almost to assume that the entire thing was made after humanity existed. Like, clearly, if there was a Seath in there, then yeah, it was made after humanity. Maybe initially, like when Bunibelze first came back, he was just kind of like, "What are these things? Let me see what these human things are. Let me mess around a little bit, see if I can work on this a little bit." And then he just kind of was like, whatever. And
I mean,
like gave up on it or whatever. But
I mean, it would make sense in the end, considering
he's making a new world for them.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's in the end, it's a still failed subject. Right. So Lightning assumes, Lightning of course assumes, like, is this like the final thing he's planning? And Hope's like, I don't think it's the case, but just in case,
yep, kill it all.
It.
Just in case, to be sure.
Then again, it's Hope's modus operandi, backups upon backups, and you want, and you can go to an inn if you want, and let's go to the final day. There's nothing else you can do. They give you that 14th day basically if you want to clear anything left, but mostly for the ultimate lair.
Okay.
But yeah, 14 days.
Crazy how that works. Anything else from our Chocolina? That is a station train schedule. Oh, look at all these new quests that I'm not gonna do.
I'm so happy Saz found his smile again. I can take a little credit for it, right? Or a lot of credit? Or all the credit?
Yeah.
Go ahead and board the
I don't know
train.
what it is, but if it's dead, it's not our problem. True facts. It's probably gonna be the quickest place. Yeah, all the credit belongs to Chocolina. Lightning didn't really do much. She just gathered some stuff up. Chocolina made him smile. Shut up, Meow.
No, I know. The worst part is that it's actually fairly canon.
Yeah, I know.
Anyways, okay, up to. Are you ready for the final?
Oh.
Well, not. You're not going to be there, but anyway. Okay.
th day is over. 14th day, we kill Vanille.
This is it, Light. There's no more time left. It's the last day of the world.
Right. Vanille will be getting ready to perform the soul song.
So if you don't get the
She's going
14th
to
day,
liberate the dead
does she
and release
just
them
not do
from
the
their
soul song?
suffering and despair. Hey, Light. When Vanille saves the dead, what'll happen to me?
Hope? What's going on?
What about my soul?
The fuck, Hope?
Going to withdraw. I'm going to quietly withdraw here.
Has this just been Hope's soul the whole time?
The light of my life, let it be redeemed at last.
Light,
Hope.
I've come to say goodbye.
How did you...
It's too late for me now. I had a job. I was God's eyes and ears, made to watch over everything you did. But now the last day is here, and God doesn't need me anymore. I'll just disappear. God just doesn't like leaving loose ends. This was always his plan.
Bonavelza, he's going to just cast you aside?
It's his way. It's harder than I thought it would be, but he still needs you, and you can help the others. Will you do that for me? Vanille intends to go through with the soul song and throw her life away.
But she won't be the only one who dies. That ceremony is gonna destroy all those souls, yet she has the power to lead them to the new world.
Yes. She doesn't know what she is, or what she can do. You have to tell her. I know her. As long as she knows the truth, she'll do the right thing. And then, you'll have a choice to make too. It'll be your only chance to save Sarah.
I've gotta find her soul if I want to save her, and the truth is, I just can't feel her anymore.
It'll be all right. Trust me. She can see you, and she's been watching over you. When you make the right choice, you'll find her again.
The right choice? Tough call for someone who can't stop repeating past mistakes.
It'll be easy. You just have to imagine what kind of world Sarah would want. What kind of person she wants you to be. Do that, and the answer will be clear.
But that's the problem, don't you see? Maybe once I knew her well enough to know what she would want. Something's happened to my soul. I can't see people's hearts anymore, not even my sister's.
You don't have to give up. Overcoming your mistakes, that's the key. It doesn't matter how many times you fail, if you succeed in the end. So keep trying, okay?
I'm off to a bad start. I didn't make the effort to understand you. I didn't trust you and instead hid everything from you.
No, that was the right thing to do. That wasn't the real me. And he was never someone you should have trusted. He was just a pawn in God's game.
I thought he seemed more emotional here.
I'm sorry.
But...
Don't be. At least I've had this chance to be myself again, here at the very end. After all that's happened, it's enough. Do you remember when we first met all those centuries ago? Do you remember what you told me then? Keep your eyes front. I'll watch the rear.
But I didn't. I couldn't.
Oh, but you did. More times than you know. As long as you were with me, Light, I didn't have to fear anything. I'm not scared. Not even now. Because you're here.
Hope!
Okay, now I want to kill God. I was like before, it's like, why are we talking about killing God? What has he done? Oh.
So, Hope.
Okay.
You've gone and left me behind. Or was it the other way around? Was it me who left you? I'll save you.
Kupo. Kupo, Popo.
Oh my god. Madman still had time to make stuff.
What are you doing here?
I can't leave you all alone, Kupo. I have a message for you, Kupo. And here it is. No matter what happens, keep your eyes front.
Uh-huh. And in the meantime, you've got my back, right?
You've got it, Kupo.
So I understand what you mean now about Hope being in control. So
Give me a moment.
Okay.
That's where you need the original version to round up things. But first, I want to hear your thoughts on that.
Whew. So we have 13 viewers right now. I know everything's 13. Ow. So that sucks that he was just kind of tossed to the side. He didn't even get a chance to go to the new world. Like
You
Ow, you want to kill God? Oh. But I see what you mean about him being in control, because he was almost trying to tell Lightning, but she was so tunnel visioned and so suspicious and all of that, she didn't let herself see what was going on. And he was trying to tell her, which means he was in control. He just couldn't go outside the rails of his limitations, just kind of like the Falsi.
Not, it's more complicated than that. But it's that line is actually a bit. How should I put this?
Problematic.
That line's problematic, yeah. But at the same time, it's not. It's not wrong per se. It's just because you have to know Hope's character to know how his mind operates. If you recall, I'm going to bring you back to the first stream when you go and ask him about himself, and Hope is very vague. He says
he doesn't remember.
According to it's a fucking lie. He doesn't usually lie, but when he's cornered and because of what he had to do. That was a straightforward question that he had to directly lie. Enjoy the arc theme being replaced by Lightning's theme. Hope's not there anymore. So I was like,
he didn't even really lie. He was like, according to the records.
Yeah, that's true.
And he always says that when he doesn't want to answer something.
He lie there is about the memories. He does remember what's happened. It's just that, to be fair, he forgot about that. But anyways, aside that, it's like do you remember how he phrases it? The man called Hope has time disappear when blah blah blah.
Yeah.
It's because that's his way to disassociate.
Right.
Hope is. You wouldn't perhaps know because in this game he's not precisely forthcoming.
Right.
I mean, neither after the first game, anyways.
So let me
it's
interject.
A way to go.
So did remember that. And actually, I did flag it because he said the man named Hope Estheim disappeared 170 years ago. But now we have the boy Hope Estheim again. Not the man. Which was kind of how I interpreted that line. Where it's like, the man is gone, now the boy is back. Even though, he still has all the life experiences, and he's still a man, but the body is that of his 14-year-old self.
You may remind that you still haven't got an answer of what was Hope missing.
Yeah, I haven't. But he clearly... Well, I mean, what we saw, I think, was what he was missing. Honestly.
No.
Okay.
No. It's what remained of him, so to speak. And now that's gone. But I'm going to. We'll bring that at some point. So the thing is, Hope. He tends to self-deprecate hard, and he uses this sort of methods so to disassociate. And of course, you'll get the reason why when I give you the video of the original version. Again, this is going to I'm going to link it to you.
Okay.
So you get the final piece, so to speak, for this scene. That was the final scene I couldn't tell you.
Because my brain's going on, like, thinking about what he said about Sarah, where he was like, you just make a new one. But, like, it makes me think that, like, it leads me to think that that wasn't actual Hope, that it was like a piece of him, but it wasn't all of him.
By the way, I don't expect you to become familiar with Lion and Hope's Japanese voices. It would be nice if you did, because for the final stream I'm going to pull up a couple of these things. But yeah, well, anyways, it's going to be I think it's going to be your first contact with their Japanese voices.
Yes.
Anyways,
so we're gonna have the overlay of music here. Wow, he sounds almost identical. Yeah, when he said that, I was like, oh my god, is Hope dead and we've been talking to his soul the whole time?
Raito-san. Hope! さよならを言いに来ました。お前、何を？もう無理なんです。神の目となってあなたを監視する。それが僕の役目でした。こうして終末の日を迎えた今、もう監視の必要もない。だから僕は消える。役割を終えた駒は取り除かれる。それが神の計画です。
ブーニベルゼはお前を使い捨てに。
仕方ないんです。使い捨ては悔しいからせめてお願いします。僕以外の人たちは助けてあげてください。今バニラさんは命を捨ててレテのみそぎをやる気です。
儀式によって死者の魂を浄化しようとしているが、あいつには死者を新しい世界に導く力がある。
バニラさんは自分の力をまだ知りません。伝えてあげてください。そうすればあの人はきっと正しい選択をする。それはライトさんにとっても正しい道で、セラさんを救うことにもつながっているんです。
救おうにもセラの魂はどこに？私にはもうあの子が見えないんだ。
大丈夫。セラさんはずっとライトさんを見守ってます。ライトさんが正しい道を選べば帰ってきますよ。
正しい道か。過ちを繰り返してきた私には難しい注文だな。
簡単ですよ。セラさんはどんな世界を望んでいるか、どんなライトさんでいてほしいのか、その答えを示せばいいだけです。
自信はないな。あの子が何を望んでいるのか理解しているつもりだったが、心が離れてしまったらしい。家族であっても人の心はわからないな。
わからない人の心だからわかろうと試みるんですよ。迷ったりぶつかったりを乗り越えて初めて人は分かり合えるんだと思います。
なのに私はお前と分かり合おうとはしなかったな。気を許そうともしないで隠し事ばかりで。
いいえ、現に僕は神の駒でしたよ。僕に心を開かなかった。それは正しい選択でした。
すまない。
いいんですよ。こうして話せたんですから。僕が僕でいられる最後の瞬間に。覚えていますか？遠い昔にあなたがくれた言葉。前だけ見てろ。
I can't believe you're subjecting me to this again.
守るなんてできなかった。
違いますよ。あなたがついていてくれるっていつも信じていられたから、僕は何も怖くなかったんです。そう、何も怖くない。あなたに会えてよかった。
ホープ。
So the fact that they both have access to the soul space there really, I feel, validates my thought that Hope and Lumina are on the same side.
言ってしまったのか、ホープ。私を置いて。それとも私の方がお前を置き去りにしたのか。
That's the end of the cutscene. It's not that you wouldn't understand what's really going on here without the original version. It's more like the original version, in this case, the original version and the Western version complement each other.
Yeah.
And bound the whole meaning. Especially towards the end. But there's also this. You allow me to harp a bit on that, but if you want to go ahead yourself, so as to not influence your initial thoughts, go ahead.
So the Japanese version actually made me angrier than the English version. Because in the English version, Hope's like, he just, that's what he does. He uses tools and he throws them away. But in the Japanese version, they specifically say pawns. And I was like, oh, so you are always just a disposable tool, I guess. But it just sounded so much worse. It was like, it really made me mad.
If you have to anything else to add?
It was a little bit towards the end where it was kind of more where he says that it would have been dangerous for her to open up to him, which makes a lot more sense why he was like, Lightning, shut up. Don't say what you're thinking. Don't trust me.
Exactly.
So, and that, again, just absolutely proves that, yes, he was in control, but he was also chained up the whole time.
So, now you may realize what the arc... He doesn't specifically voice it, but you know what the arc really is.
It's a prison.
It's a cage.
Yeah.
So, so you did ask me. You did ask. It's going to be more relevant come next stream, but you did ask in the first stream.
Yeah, what the ring's
why does
for.
the arc has a ring?
Yeah.
And I paused in the moment, and I was like, "Oh God, it's another restraint. It's another layer of restraint."
Makes sense.
I mean, it's not like the game tells you, but it's not like the game tells you anywhere. But when you know what the arc is meant for, then
Yeah, it makes
you
sense.
you make the connection.
Welcome back, Lamberday.
And welcome back. I'm going to harp a bit on I'm going to ramble a bit on my 13 lore. So yeah,
that's totally fine. And
So-
yeah, SF doll, I can totally see where there are aspects of it. I feel like the English localization is a lot more, how should I say, watered down, where you don't really get the full
exactly.
emotional
But
impact.
But in here, it doesn't. Here, it really doesn't affect that much. It may lead you in a first playthrough to believe that the hope you've been interacting with was a fake, perhaps. But upon following playthroughs, that thought just crumbles down because it doesn't make sense. That hope is a fake. One may think that he's controlled, but either if that were the case, he wouldn't be actively, despite things, trying to tell Lightning to rebel against Universal.
So
but
this leads me to another train of thought. If Hope was never intended to be saved and he was just a pawn, then clearly he was planning the same for Lightning. And she's not intended to be saved, so she has to find a way to save herself.
There's one thing this cutscene is meant to hammer to the player and Lightning by extension, because Lightning kind of mostly comes across as being the player insert, so to speak, in some sense. I lost my place. It's just trying to deal with my cues. I'm going to give me a moment. Okay. So I lost my place. What was I trying to say? I hate when I lose track when I'm trying to explain these things. Remind me where I left it. Trying to say something. Someone help! I completely lost my place. I hate when that happens.
So you were talking about some people might think that Hope is a fake.
Oh yeah, okay. It's that's the we were talking about the localization. This is not the great screw up. This on subsequent playthroughs, and if you're paying attention, that thought just crumbles on itself. But still, it's the fact that not so many people bother with this game's lore and going deep into this. That may it's one of the reasons Lightning Returns Hope is so glossed over, because most people believe that the Hope you're interacting with is fake. But in the end, it's just Hope's way of speaking. It's his disassociation. At the same time, there's in this cutscene, I do appreciate that there's two different things. Depending on there's two different things he voices. In English, he expresses that it's harder than I thought it would be, which I appreciate, because it's like Hope has been preparing for this the entirety of the 14 days.
Right.
And has been preparing lightning as well. For the final thing he needs her to do.
Right.
But there's and the final thing he needs her to do has to do with the message he left with Maud. But that's for next week.
Right.
And I know you're probably cursing my guts.
No, it's okay. I need to process this and. It's a lot.
But yeah, but wait, there's more. because yeah, there's that part that he. Do you remember the first? After the first foray into Snow's palace, when Lightning is of course reflecting on the loss of her emotions and stuff, and Hope is already at this point. Hope already knows what's going to happen.
Right.
And if you go back to that cutscene, and it's like you listen to him, he's always speaking in hypotheticals because he can't. Well, it's not that he can't. He knows that the first day Lumina tells Lumina tells Lightning everything Hope learns, Bunnyballs also learns. So there was no secret about that. The thing is, was Hope aware? Of course he was aware, and of course everything he was doing was going around the topic, throwing hypotheticals to make Lightning realize for herself, because he can. It's not that he can't. If he were to, step out of the plan, that he's devised, everything, and Lightning herself would be in danger, and the plan itself would be.
It would fall apart. Yeah, because the way I see it was, much the same. He had to have been in control of himself, just kind of chained up mentally, like his soul and his body, but not his spirit. And his spirit was what could control the other things to kind of push those boundaries, if it will, but still play within the rules, and kind of try and guide her without outright telling her. And that's why he could also, stop her when she was about to finally let it all out.
He's not mind controlled.
No, I never said he was.
But he's in perfect control of his mind. But what he was missing, of course, it's related to emotions, and of course has to be related to the spirit. But and you might remember back to his quest, because of experiences, the soul can grow emotions by itself. It's kind of a symbiotic.
Right.
So it's not like because Hope still has his life experiences, his mind. He can. It's not exactly as if it's a pseudo spirit, but not. It's that's why you see also him being detached to the world, but doesn't stop him from feeling attachment, because one thing comes with the other.
Right.
It's like. You can't really. You may try, but in the end, it's like if you cut a liver, it's going to regrow at some point. So another thing, there's a lot of things here to unpack. Another thing, he says this. It's harder than I thought it would be. And then you may remind. If you want extra points for. The punch in the guts, you remember that he's got that damn clock the entirety of this time, and the tree counting the days he had in existence.
Yep.
So he's got like his constant reminders, and they're not exactly the greatest reminder that you may want to have. But in Japanese, he tells a different thing. He says, "I'm so frustrated for having been his disposable plaything." This is Hope's sense of humor, and he tells Lightning, please forget about me and save all the rest. When he says all the rest, he's saying the rest of everything.
Yeah, humanity.
Honestly, because I mean, he says all the rest, but basically it's saving the living and saving the dead. Basically, but there's one thing in particular that he does tell her in both versions. It's too late for me now. He's not asking for salvation, you may have realized.
No, he's not.
He's not. He's actually, in Japanese, it's even more. Let's forget about me, save the rest.
Yeah. But I feel like
going to be relevant.
I feel like once Lightning really actualizes her full potential, I think she's gonna find a way to save him still. At least I hope so. But it would track with how Hope's life is gone if he was just gone forever and, you know, died how many times over for humanity. And I don't mean like physically died, but he's been through so much that would just spiritually and emotionally kill a person.
Yeah, kind of. So in the final day, he speaks. You realize that that cutscene, and even so, this is where Line Return's way of using music is important. In that cutscene is really when it comes to Hope, and mostly when it comes to Hope, the music usually tells you more than his words. Meeting You, which is the name of the track, features the voiceless version of the arc, just the piano version in the first part, in which he's basically laying out the plan. You may have realized I'm using plan now, and you may have realized one of the keywords I tossed. Basically, he's laying down the rest of the plan. Well, it's not the final part, but it's basically what he needs Lightning to know, so she can. He's laying down the pieces. He's not going to be there to see it, but he's laying the pieces. So what he wants to happen is going to happen.
Right.
And that's perhaps why that may clue you in the checker pattern. What is a checker pattern? It's a chessboard. So Lightning is a piece, but Hope is not a piece. Well, he addressed himself as a pawn, so to speak. But a pawn, say that, has a lot of many meanings. But let's put it this way: come the end of the line. You know chess rules, I take.
Yes.
A pawn gets the end of the line. It becomes the most powerful piece.
Right. Queen Hope.
This is
Queen Hope.
Yeah, you could say that. But at the same time, he's not here to play. You could say that he is the player himself. He's set the pieces.
Right.
And he's not going
Bunny
to be
Velvet's
there
on the other
to...
side. Yes, exactly, Rhapsodic.
But he's not going to be there
So this
to witness it.
All of the 13 trilogy and even 15, which I believe took from this, really reminds me of like the Greek tragedies, where the gods control people's lives and they live and die, for their whims based on games that they're playing. And both games are kind of about, well, not so much 15, but this one is more about defying that and the strength of human free will. Whereas 15 is just kind of like, let's fulfill our destiny, and yeah, you don't get a say.
Yeah, you don't get a say, but then again, it was part of Fabula Nova Crystallis. We can go over 15's remnants of FNC at some other point.
Yeah.
But you may have realized that, and then that's the first part of the cutscene. And then when the violin, that's Lightning's leitmotif instrument, by the way, the violin joins up in the track, and that's when things become more personal. Because Hope is trying to not be personal. And you may have realized that sometimes he slips throughout the game, or he self-indulges. That's actually more like sometimes he slips, sometimes he self-indulges. But you may have Lightning, and this is why one of the reasons I made you remember the Yuznan arc. When she tries to bring up the keep your eyes front, I was the rear with him, and Hope doesn't, and she's like, don't you remember? Don't you care? It's not that he doesn't remember or he doesn't care. It's that he can't allow himself for this thing to play out the way he wants, to be emotional. He uses another code, so to speak, between them to convince her of going on a stage, and that's when Lightning, of course, gets mad, like fuck you. But that moment, Lightning was trying to appeal to a personal thing, and Hope closes it, and of course Lightning is like, why? She of course thinks, have you forgotten? And it actually causes her a lot of distress whenever Hope does this thing, because she doesn't understand, of course.
I'm really glad you made me teleport Muse on that one time where she muses on him having no reaction to the Gapper Whitewood, and here at the end he's like, I never forgot that line. Like,
yeah,
it helped me out so many times.
It's basically it's basically, in Japanese he's more clear about that. Basically what he told her is that I always believed that you were with me, and that's why I've always been able to move forward no matter what. And no matter what, in considering Hope's time's life, it means a lot.
Yeah.
So there's that, and his final lines, both in Japanese and in English, they're both loaded with feeling. He's still not being. I'm not an expert in Japanese media storytelling, but the trope of I'm glad to have met you is not very subtle, but it's as close as a confession as you may get, considering the situation. It's a Japanese trope, for fuck's sake. But just at the very end, before the character dies, and well, you know how it goes. You don't have to be a genius to get that one.
Right.
So that's why the music tells you that the conversation is getting like more personal, so to speak, or intimate if you want, between Lightning and Hope, when it instead of the vocals, so to speak, that we're missing, as to indicate that Hope is fading away, Lightning's leitmotif instrument takes over the melody, and there's the supporting piano, so it blends together, and that's how it signifies this conversation becoming a Lightning and Hope conversation.
Right.
These things are going to become more. That I pointed out because meeting you does really beautiful, but at the same time, it is something that is going to be relevant as of how when it comes to Lightning and Hope in general. Anyways, the music is going to clue you in more than Hope's words or Lightning's words, for that matter, will, because it's how they operate. Most of the times, they understand each other fair enough, and well enough that they don't really have to speak things, so they don't have to voice things. But you know what happens if you don't voice things? Then people may get, it's kind of a mess.
Right.
But the music tells. This is where symbolism and music tells you more than their words are going to tell you. So that's why I'm telling you. So you can, for the next stream, be on watch of what you hear and what you see. As for that one, what else I'm missing? There's a different. His advice for Lightning when she laments over her many mistakes. It's different in Japanese and in English, but in the end, it amounts to more or less the same.
Yeah,
overcoming.
Hope was like 1,000 years, but in English, she was like over the past few centuries, and Lightning was like, my past is full of mistakes, and then in the Japanese, she was like, I constantly make mistakes. So.
Yeah.
But the meaning is the same. It's just the words are different.
Yeah, it's mostly that in Japanese it's more clear about what the words mean, in the sense that Hope explains that, it's true that it's hard to understand each other's hearts, but that doesn't stop us from keep trying to reach out and understand. And he says, I do believe that it's possible to fully understand one another by going through overcoming obstacles together. That's basically all the things. And that's when Lightning says that then I'm off to a bad start because I didn't even try doing that with you and you were like in my fucking face, which is the player punch. Because the player punch is I was toying. I admit I was heavily grinning when the final, not the 14th day, sorry, the 13th day, cop out day, so to speak, but the proper 12th day, in which I was saying we were discussing what Lightning wants for herself and what she needs and what may she try to save and doesn't realize that until it's gone. And I was heavily grinning as I said, maybe it's just in front of her face and she just missed it. And as you were standing in the fully knowing what was going to happen. But yeah, so I have to ask the chat, not Rhapsodic. Rhapsodic actually did wonder, but I have to ask the chat if there's anyone else who has been following. And you, Cobb, did you pause for a moment to think that Hope's soul needed salvation? Or that he was in danger at any moment?
No.
You didn't?
Mm-hmm. Not until you go back up.
Exactly. Which is basically a minute before his remains essence fades away.
Which the assumption was, they're working for God, they're helping God, so they'll be fine. They're already saved. You've got all the other souls floating around here, so pretty much anything in here is good, right? No, these are political prisoners. They're all trapped here. They're the rabble-rousers.
To be fair, the Ark is safe. The Ark is safe for the souls. In fact, it was made by Hope to safeguard humanity. He's the only thing right now that is gone and disappeared. Mm-hmm. So that's the Ark really is a place of salvation. But to be fair, Hope made it before Bonibel's.
Right.
so
It just kind of got co-opted.
Bonibel's just, as he voices it, if you recall the voice line, I do remember his tone. It's like, Bonibel's has repurposed the arc, and it's like, I made this thing before he even thought about shit, and it's very conveniently placed, but fine, I guess. I mean, it serves its purpose, but you won't ever hear Hope saying that he made the planet, because he's like that. He speaks in general terms. He says, when a planet made of steel back when he met blah blah blah. He will always say that it was that his contribution was minimal. That's just Hope being stupid. It's just his. If you thought that Lightning is self-deprecating, you haven't seen a thing about Hope next time.
Right.
But it's really relevant too, because for a moment, have you paused to think about Hope's? This entire game has been about saving people with burdens on them, regrets, Snow, and then he specifically told that some of the main quests were about Snow, Sass. There was Fang, there was Noel too. What is the final day and the final MSQ about? That's one question for that's room for thought for the next stream, because we still have Sarah about that. But now Hope is added to the equation.
Right.
Hope himself.
So yeah, and that's kind of why I think we can still save Hope, because the one thing that his loose end, I guess, for lack of a better term, would be Lightning. Being able for Lightning to be able to figure out what she actually wants and how to save her sister. And I feel like if she can do that, then Hope will be fine. He'll be saved. And also, hopefully she got stabbed in the face.
So, I was thinking more things. So, I think it's fair for you to disclose a bit about these keywords we've been just a bit. There's a bit more about this, like with Mog's message. I will tell you to keep in mind Mog's message from Hope, because I think it's pretty obvious that Mog didn't fly up here himself.
Right.
So there's that.
Well, also, if I recall, Mog was chaos, pretty much.
Not really.
I mean, maybe Lightning yeeted him, 500 years ago, and he just finally landed here. He's been in orbit.
No,
he's been in orbit for 500 years.
Not possible. He's the chief of the Mughal village, and suddenly he's here.
Mm-hmm.
But Rhapsody may recall this, why Mog is here. Of course, he is bonded to Lightning in the sense that
no.
This comes from the novels.
Mog is bonded to Sarah, and if Mog's
but Mog is Lightning's servant. In particular, he got the mission assignment to safeguard Sarah, but he's Lightning's servant. This is something that comes from the novels, and the entire chapter, Rhapsody may attest, and anyone who's read the novel, is when it comes to Mog, Lightning is always constantly thinking of Hope, because Mog reminds her of him a lot. So, when aside from Mughals being more prone to be transported or teleported or yanked from and dimension to one another,
mm-hmm.
the reason Mog's here is because he's being the substitute for Hope. Because narratively speaking, he reminds Mog of Hope. So that's the meaning of why Mog's here.
Okay.
It's in the novels. I mean, it's like 4 mentions in the fucking chapter.
So subtlety.
Subtlety. Yeah. I can't go exactly ham on subtlety, either Keikaku, but subtlety. So, we were talking about burdens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Burdens, storylines, plots. Yeah. The game, basically, I'm going to go more about this on next stream, of course. But the game entirely, the entirety of the game, side quests, stuff, dialogues, it's always going to Hope's burdens and tribulations, sometimes to lightnings, and the game is telling you the story of Hope through the world itself.
Okay.
Don't expect a direct answer. The game is warning you and telling you about Hope by and lightning to a degree, but Hope mostly, by large, through the entirety of the world. Mm-hmm. The side quests, the Hema's prayers, the dialogues, everything. It's telling you his story, but at the same time, it's not telling you anything.
Right.
And that's something that when you play through this game, and that's why the veterans here were like spotting these things. Of course, we know the entire picture, but you don't. It's just when you replay this game, and that's why this game is meant to be replayed many times, actually. And I played Lanterns like 9 times. I keep finding new things. Like the ring, fucking hell! I had to really very carefully poker face my reaction, my mind meltdown of oh fuck! It's been 9 times and 8 years, and I failed to realize that. So yeah. So that's why this game is salty, and I will go on Hope's relevance more next stream. Then again, I keep saying next stream. This just opens the.
There's only one more.
It's only one more, yeah. and Keikaku, that should be obvious enough by this time.
Yeah.
If you recall the clip, it's I've won just according to plan.
Mm-hmm.
It's but you did ask in one of the streams when Hope is going to make his move. Now you have the answer.
Yeah, I think he just did.
And this is, but then again, you don't really, at this point, you still don't, you think, you know the goal of the plan, right? He's been setting the pieces.
Yeah,
he's been setting the pieces.
He's been setting the board, and I feel like now he's moved his final piece into position, but I still only see like that one piece. I don't see the board.
The board because you don't know, you know the aim. Now you know what he wants. If you want, so to speak, now you know what he wants Lightning to do, which is kill Bonibelce or defeat him, whatever.
Right.
Save humanity, and that's that. And he warns her of a choice too. If you recall the cutscene, a choice she has to make.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't elaborate on that, but anyways, it will come. And here's the thing, what he's been doing right now, what he knew more or less,
mm-hmm.
and his end goal and what he wants Lightning to do. But what you're missing is why he had to do this thing.
Right.
And what it actually means, what he does intend, and what the consequences are, and what's the ultimate goal, and why.
Right.
That's what you're not missing, and he's not telling Lightning either. You may consider that if that was going to be his final move and his final moments of existence, so to speak, he might as well lay out the entire thing, but he hasn't. Why? That's why you may want to ask yourself for the new until the following stream.
Well, I mean, Winnevelza knows everything he knows, so if he tells her or lays it out, then
not in that cutscene.
Well, yeah, not in that cutscene. But again, back to Lightning can't be told or it won't work. She has to figure it out.
Not this thing in particular. Kind of, but yes. Kind of, but it's not something he wants Lightning to really mull over. And it comes with the message he left to Mog. In Japanese, it's a bit more clear. He basically Mog tells Lightning, he gave me a message for you. No matter what happens from now on, keep your eyes front. The only thing that the English version is missing is from now on, but it's kind of at the same time is key because it's telling her, no matter what happens, following this moment. And you know what keep your eyes front means? It means
don't look back, no regrets. Just keep moving forward. Don't worry about what's
keep
lost.
Moving forward. Exactly. It's basically, and also means it also means if you complete the line, this code means keep moving forward and don't worry because I got your back. I'm watching the rear,
right.
Which basically means in Japanese the line translates to keep your eyes front. I'm protecting you. So basically, what's the rear? You can translate it to I'm protecting you. So when he says keep your eyes front.
See, I interpreted it as Operation Nora's back on. Let's kill everything.
So
burn it all down.
So when he's telling Lightning this, which is meant to be passed on to, of course you may have realized it's meant to be passed to her after he's gone.
Right.
He's still warning her of something. A final thing, but he's not telling her what it is.
Right.
That's the thing that you have to. That's the crux of the matter, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of cruxes, process if you want. From now on, it's when you have to keep your eyes peeled for Christian, Catholic, Gnostic symbolism.
Oh, good.
Visuals and themes, and. It's going to come back. It's going to come in hard for next stream.
Okay.
And I think I covered everything basically. I think Well, everything I can cover really.
Right.
So now you know a bit what the chat has been going on all this time. Kind of, not really. You still have to go through the final day, but this final arc screen is lacking something.
Yeah. My boy.
And
look how they massacred my boy.
It's like you don't really like the game makes a really great job of if you realize now the arc is basically almost completely devoid of color.
Oh yeah, I noticed that before.
Because Mog is white, so it does, but there's no color in the arc.
Like, there's this screen that's colorful, but everything else is like gray and white, except for that statue, which is gold.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess this was his entertainment, which includes. Where is it?
Killing things.
No, I was gonna say this. Damn it. Okay. This checker-bound book here, which I'm assuming is a chess set.
Yeah, and there's that, and you may have realized though that Hope is, but like I told you before, Hope is gone entirely though. But the scene happened in Lightning's heart, or spirit. So what manifested there can only be spiritual or untangible, if you want to call it like
right.
that. So yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a body behind anyway.
Yeah.
It's just gone. By the way, Rhapsodic, the statue, you find them in the cutscene before, the cutscene when Vanille goes to the cathedral basement, or well, the catacombs, so to speak, where the souls of the dead are. These statues are supposed to represent Bunnyvelze. And this, well, I can't really go into the fucking shelves right now, but it has to do with how this one has basically Hope's stash, so to speak, but the other one is empty.
Mm-hmm. Like there was meant to be someone else.
Or something else.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really interesting, and I'm still some things, Cobb. I do encourage to question yourself, because most of these things rely on visuals and symbolism. I have studied them, of course, but that doesn't mean that I may be wrong myself. So well, that's
I've noticed there's a lot of pairings in here. So you've got 2 bookshelves, 2 seats opposite from each other.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's interesting. Why would that need to be here? Why 2? Oh. Lumina didn't get a body.
Well, it depends on what you call a body.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't get like a permanent physical form.
I'm not sure how to describe Lumina. The best way I can describe the Lumina is, do you remember the Scions in Shadowbringers? Mm-hmm. That they're not really, that they're tangible, but they're not really.
Yeah, they're not a physical body.
There.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the best way I can explain Lumina to you.
Yeah, that's why I said she doesn't have a permanent physical form, but she can manifest, kind of like same thing. You know, the Ascians split their souls from their bodies, so they can jump around. They can go into weird places, doing that. So Lumina's kind of the same, where she can just appear and disappear and go into soul space and whatever, because she's basically a disembodied spirit. So that maybe she was originally part of a plan, but she wasn't as easily. She either wasn't as easily controlled, or she had a different mission. Or maybe they were both here, and Hope tried to do something, but Lumina took the fall for it. And then Bunnyvelze was like, no body for you. And then Hope was like, well, I don't want that to happen to me, because I need to interface with Lightning to make sure she's in position. So I need to play along.
At this point, I can just answer stuff. It's just one stream away and one novel away.
It's okay. You don't need to answer anything. I'm just musing.
No, I like to hear the musings. If anything, they may make great plot lines. I mean, I I do write some stuff, and I like either plot lines. I have to say, I've got some works that I haven't shared neither on Twitter neither on any place that I know you're in. Just to not spoil you, but some of your comments have sparked my, let's say, creativity, so to speak. The other day, I finished. I think it was 2-3 days ago. I finished a print that I will be able to share once you're done.
Oh, awesome!
But there's some throughout this entire thing. I've been basically restraining myself from sharing publicly any of my 13 trilogy work, just to keep you out of the spoil. But know that more often than not, your comments have sparked like, that would make a great composition or a great theme for a print or a drawing. So you know. So now you know.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad my strange ramblings can be contributing.
What do you think my ramblings are? They're not better than yours. I mean, I started out just thinking I was just fucking rambling. This was years ago, and I realized that people actually took my work seriously, and in the end, I mean, it's not like I am worldly. I'm not a great name, but I mean, like I say, I don't like to brag. I don't like to flex, but I'm always told that I'm like the major lore diving figure in the trilogy, and though that's faint praise. That's faint praise because we've only got like 3 real lore divers in the trilogy. So it's like, yeah, well, it's not like I have a lot of competition there.
Right. Even still.
But I dedicated 10 years of my life to this series, and if anything, I take at this point, if I don't take my work seriously, then what I've been doing this past decade with my life, you know.
Right.
So there's that. But yeah, and that's why I'm really holding up for the City Opera Omnia next month, because it's actually going through line returns and game stuff, and I'm really and the City Opera Omnia goes into stuff that wasn't gone over or elaborates more about these things, and it comes to global, and I really want to see how they deal with it in the Western version, because this again, it's the final day stuff that is going to have the localization screw up. So I will, when the moment comes, I will tell you how we will deal with facing this.
Okay.
But yeah. Anyway, I kind of rambled away, but now you can give your closing thoughts and send off the stream.
I mean, I gave most of my thoughts already. Like, I feel like this isn't the first time the plan has tried to be enacted by Bonivelze. I feel like this is just the last chance. I feel like he's tried other stuff. The Ultima Dungeons probably being one of them. Okay. I was like, I thought it was a statue. And he was just like, well, fuck it, I'll just eat them all to a new world. They're trouble, they're problematic, they're really, really hard to control. They're not good tools. So let me just get rid of them. But they're all that's left, so, you know, I don't want to just kill them. Let's just send them over here, because if I just kill them, they're just going to turn into more chaos, and then they're just going to cause more havoc.
He's a god of creation. He doesn't his concept of killing things, from his point of view, he wouldn't be killing anything. especially when it comes to the dead, they're already dead. So, I mean, it mostly comes to, it has a deeper reason, but it also comes from the gulf. What we were talking earlier about the fal'Cie and the gods. It's a gulf between their conception and understanding of existence.
Right.
They don't fal'Cie don't reincarnate because they don't have spirits. So it's for them that is rather final. So you wouldn't be in deeper thought. You wouldn't be blaming Vunivolce for reaching the conclusion that, well, you can just get rid of this. But there's a deeper reason for that, and it's not an evil reason either. So
no,
it's
I have yet to find an actual villain in the trilogy. It's all been antagonists. Like
except one. No, it's just
like even
the most villainous thing Vunivolce. I can tell you this: the most villainous thing Vunivolce really has done, and mostly because of this gulf of understanding, is to Hope.
Yeah, that was messed up because that, like, Hope was alive, but like, what happened to him? I still don't know what happened to him, and I don't know if we'll ever find out.
You will, but you're going to find out, but it's not going to be clear cut spelled out for you.
Right.
The novel does elaborate more, but that's why it's a must read to understand stuff. But yes, but then again, like I said, there's most of things here that they're not going to be told to you.
Right.
You're going to have to figure it out. Then again, it's been an entire game of figuring things out for Lightning as well. So it makes sense that the player has to steam their brain as well.
Right.
It's just that not many people are willing to steam their brains, and this requires, if not steaming your brain, playing through this entire thing a number of times, which I have done, and I keep finding new things, like I told you. So there's that. But yeah, there's still one key. I was kind of saying, you're going to find. I think you were kind of imagining that Hope would disclose his Keikaku.
I don't think he could have. Like
No, I mean in the final day. I mean like you won't imagine that he would lay it down the entire picture.
No,
but you're still missing one crucial point here.
I think so. I wasn't expecting him to lay it out because he couldn't. I guess I more expected like him to put the final piece into play and then step back. And even though he couldn't act out of a certain thing, he could always just do nothing. And that would have been just as effective. And I feel like that's where he was getting to, where he didn't need to do anything at a certain point. I didn't expect him to go away, but I expected him to kind of remove himself from the stage.
Equation, right?
Right. So I didn't expect an answer from him. I expected an answer from whatever actions we're going to take next.
Okay.
So
yeah, sucks to be Hope this time.
Yeah. Yeah, he gave everything for humanity, like everything. Repeatedly. And everything he ever built got warped and twisted. And it really sucks. Like he built up the academy and Alyssa twisted it. He built up the Ark, but Velza twisted it. Like And the only reason that any of this is happening is because of him. And everything he did, like all of the stuff he achieved for humanity, and his only reward is his species might get to live.
Even though that he did a thing.
Yeah, without even knowing.
So yeah, sucks to be Hope this time.
Yeah, it does. Well, I think that's a good place to end it.
Yeah? Yeah, I can I had to say, I was like, and now you may know when you made a certain waiting room screen why I was like, I want that thing you'll know when to use that one.
Yeah, that will be the next stream for sure. I will be changing it up a little bit though.
Oh, okay.
So
that's something to look forward to, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So.
Because I don't really want to put my foot in my mouth.
Yeah, let's call it here before Meowth says something. All right, everybody. Thank you again so much for joining us.
Thank you.
The final
do you have any idea?
Yeah.
Final stream.
Final stream is going to be next Monday.
Okay.
So, all right. Same time. It should be at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Daylight Time, whatever it is. So. All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
I am choosing violence.